Hi, my name is Costa. Those reckless fools. They just had to go for it, didn't they? All for the sake of profit. Never once they stopped to think and ask themselves, what if it gets out? Curiosity just got the better of scientists, I'm sure. But some things aren't supposed to be messed with, especially when it can become weaponized. History repeats itself, yet we still refuse to learn. This time, the consequences of our ignorance might be catastrophic. I understand they were trying to avoid panic by keeping it a secret, but was it worth it? All the lives that were lost. If only they came out and said it from the start that it was a zombie epidemic. There's no way they didn't know what it was and how it was spread. This is all speculation, but here's what I believe might have happened. I suspect the first outbreak occurred on July 1st, 1993, as the phone lines were cut out. I live in Rosewood, and as a small town that it is, it was a normal occurrence to have electrical and communication cuts every now and then. I didn't bat an eye when it happened, just another normal day. I arrive home and try to call my sister to delay our dinner for the next day. As today was Thursday, so close to the weekend, I was very tired from chopping logs. But with the lines dead, I got ready and started cooking. We do this every week to catch up, and as their wedding is next week, there was a lot to talk about. The next week was uneventful, just the usual grind of going to work and coming back home with the breaking of the 4th of July on Sunday. The quarantine starts, nobody knows why or what is going on, just an announcement that no one can go out of the county and roads are blocked. Communications resumed without any comments. But I'm happy to have returned a bit to normality. Gives me a sense of hope that whatever is happening to cause the quarantine would also go away. The president returns from Tokyo early, and despite the announcement of his early return had nothing to do with what was happening within the county, I can't shake the feeling of it being a lie. I don't believe in coincidences. When I got to work, a lot of my coworkers were missing. And for the first time, we are seeing in the news a flu-like disease was spreading. Explains the quarantine, but would an influenza-like flu really warrant a quarantine this big? Nonetheless, the authorities reassured the public that it's a localized contamination despite a heavy military presence being deployed and a no-fly zone being set. There have been reports of people feeling nauseous, running a fever, and hallucinating. Other reports say there is panic and confusion. I can't make sense of this. Wasn't it the flu? I never hallucinated from a fever. Could it be that high a temperature? And why does it cause panic and confusion? It feels like there's a lot not being said here. I feel for the people that are already clustering together around the barricaded fences. Some of them just wanted to go back home after work, I'm sure. Some to the airport, and others just out of the exclusion zone as fear gets to them. This situation sucks. It can't be any worse. What are they supposed to do, sleep outside? Kirsty Carmick, the reporter for Triple N, called this the Knox event. Sounds like it can become catchy. I wonder if this will enter the history books. Anyway, it's Friday, and I took a day off for my sister's wedding, so I'm fully occupied with celebrations. I just can't spare any time to think about any of this. Let alone go anywhere. I mean, this has been planned for months now, and this is our big day. So after seeing the news, I decided to check the mail and get ready afterwards. I checked the weather outside, and I couldn't help but see Lainey looking at her yard. She is usually at work by this time of the day, but maybe she has been off in making sure her flowers are healthy and all. Summer gets really warm around this time of the year. I'm parched, so I go and drink some water before going out. Weird. The water is malfunctioning? That's a first. Electricity is common, but not water. I hope it comes back soon. I'm still wearing work clothes from yesterday and I really need a shower. Ugh, the sink rinse will have to do. Lainey is still checking her garden. Walking a bit funny though. Well, she does drink a lot. And if she's off today, I'm not going to point a finger at her for morning booze. Heck, I'll be drinking my fair share soon enough. Nothing in the mail. But what is this smell? I look around, but aside from my neighbor, there isn't any trash or a dead animal anywhere. Is it in my backyard? Oh my god, is that Liam? I check on him. He's gone. Bites and scratch marks all over his... What the... Ah! Elijah? What are you doing? Elijah lunged for my neck, and as I tried to escape his grasp, he scratched it. I pushed him away, but he kept coming at me relentlessly. Desperately, I tried once more, and this time he stumbled and fell. In my daze, I scrambled to retrieve my glasses. As I attempted to flee, I realized Elijah was gaining on me. With a surge of panic, I turned to push him away again. I need to stop my wound from bleeding out. I'm already feeling drowsy. Rushing to the toilet, I despair as I forgot to buy bandages after I ran out a few months ago from a paper cut. I decided to use my clothes. Any clothes will do. What the hell is going on? They broke my window? I hear window shards ripping through clothes, meat, and bone. And he had bite marks on himself too. Oh no. This ain't no flu. I need to find a weapon. A plunger? God damn it. I left my toolbox at work. It's fine. Should have a crowbar in the car. But first, I need to get this invader out of my house, no matter what. Oh no, it's Olivia, Elijah's wife. I tried to make her come to her senses and yell, Olivia, stop! But all that did was bring an angry Elijah through the window. I yell again, please, stop! But to no avail. They were not stopping. I need to get out of here. I cast a final glance at him, met by a chilling, lifeless stare. A hunger that sends shivers down my spine. My gaze shifts to where I parked. Where's my car? I curse myself for leaving the keys inside, berating myself for such a foolish mistake. I can only imagine someone seizing the opportunity to escape, much like I wish to do now. I run and knock at my neighbor's house and try to open the door, but it's locked. I go to the back, and just before I get to the door, I see the family of three slowly coming towards me. The door is locked. I need to bolt. Elijah has broken the door open and is again running towards me. I can't attack him. Elijah, stop, please. I need to reach the police. They'll have guns and be safe in there. Elijah's not giving up. Maybe the taste of blood marked me, or he's just that hungry. My hopes got crushed immediately as I came in. More people in that state. In a panic, I rushed to the toilet. I'm so thirsty from all that running. They're trying to break in. I don't have much time. I need something to protect myself. I guess a helmet will have to suffice. I rush to the other locker room. Nothing. And they're nearly breaking this door too. I'm in a dead end and stuck. I run. Firemen? Please, let somebody be alive in there. No! There are firemen on the floor too. That one still moves. I need to get to my sister's house. If I'm okay, there is a chance she'll be fine too. This house must have burned down through the night. I guess last night is when all of this started. She's not in the bedroom. The front door is locked, but I managed to force the window open. I searched the house for her. Kitchen is empty. No one in the toilet. And to my shock, Her fiancé lies on the kid's bedroom floor, gun in his hand, bite mark on his leg. He made a hard choice to end it like this to protect her, I'm sure. I grab the keys and the handgun. Reluctant, I check the main bedroom. I whisper before going in. "Maria, are you there?" Empty. Where is she? Is she also on the run like me? I eat something and switch the volume down on the TV. I stay put. I need to know more. John McGrew speaks about the infection on TV. That's BS. A lot of civilians are dead. Well, not dead, but they're definitely not alive. You idiots, people need to know what they're dealing with. I'm tired and wounded. I need to rest. I don't even know what time this is. And my sister must be suffering so much. I'm going to lay low here and wait for her to come back. I find an alarm clock. It's so late already. Lying down in bed, I get comfortable, and going to sleep, I decide I can't kill anyone. Not until I know for sure there isn't a cure. Judge Matt has mentioned scientists in hazmat suits. Surely that's what they're looking for. My neck hurts, and with the adrenaline finally dying down, I remember that I need to change my improvised bandage. I change my bandage. My wound looks infected. Am I gonna turn into one of those things? I clean the dirty bandages I'll need it later, get back in bed and fall asleep. I wake up during the night. Nightmares from yesterday haunt me. I get up, check my wound. It looks okay now, but I'm still worried. After checking the house for resources, I turn on the news to know more. I'm relieved to hear that the CDC is involved. It's good to know that the experts are looking into this, rather than just rely on the government. I'll wait to see what the scientists find out. They're the ones I trust to tell us the truth. Maybe my sister made her way to Louisville during the initial panic? In a nutshell, they have no clue what is going on, and no one was ready for this. I decide to take a nap. I'm too tired to even think. I wake up in time for the news at noon, and, as I come to expect, information is still being hidden. Something tells me this is why communications got severed in the first place, which means the infection has been spreading freely for the last 10 days. But this is Rosewood. How did things get so bad in the middle of nowhere in the first place? Maybe the chemical testing? Someone threw a firebomb? Things are getting hairy in Louisville. Maria, please be safe. I gear up and make my way out. I'm running out of water, and I need to find something better than these mugs to store water. Also, more supplies like a bag and a better weapon than a plunger, as it only allows me to shove one person at a time. Maybe the fire station or Greg will have something useful, as he does climb for a hobby. I find an empty bottle in the bin. Disgusting, but it's better than dying from dehydration. Running through Rosewood, I accept that I might be the only one left. No screams as the day before, no shots. Just the infected, shambling through the streets. I find an open door for the storage of Mama McFudgingtons to lose my pursuers. As I pass the shelves, I see a crowbar and grab it. This will allow me to protect myself better. I can use its strength to shove 3 people away from me. I also find a hammer and a lighter. But I need to move fast if I want to make it to Greg's house before nighttime. I try to sneak into the fire station, but fail. There's too many eyes to make it in there undetected. I get inside. There is more infected here. I won't be able to explore it like this. So I came up with a plan. It worked! I do the same upstairs. I grabbed some boots for protection and found another fanny pack. I also grabbed non-perishable food and filled my water bottle. The door should hold them for a little while, and I need to know what their memory is like. Will they remember there was someone here after being done with the door? They say it's contained. At least something good came out of the quarantine. They're lying though. Maybe not lying directly, but subverting the truth. The reason why the infection has slowed down is because most are infected, and the ones not infected like me are hiding away. At least they're looking for a cure. I'm glad I didn't hit anyone in a serious way. It's getting dark, and it looks like the long-term memory function of the brain is severely compromised, as he forgot I was here after breaking the door. Results vary though, as one of them still went for the locker room I went to first. I need more gear, but I don't have the luxury of time right now being followed like this. I make sure the door is closed after I leave. I ensure the runner is down before I try to jump across. I need to take precautions in case I fail due to the rain. It seems they like the ability to coordinate the climb. I'm glad to learn that now. Greg's house is right here, so I might crash at his place. I'm sure he'll welcome me. The door is locked, but the window lets me through. The fact he didn't come down to meet me tells me he's not in. I grab his can opener for my own use. Sorry, buddy. But if he is in a similar situation like me, he is far away from his own house and should have his own. Thanks for always being prepared, Greg. I take his big hiking bag. I'm sure he's okay now, as he had a large backpack whenever I saw him leave to climb. I wonder if he went for the mountains. I can't leave without my sister, though. After sorting out my inventory into the bag, I get ready to sleep. I don't take the backpack off, as I always sleep on my left side anyways, and if I need to leave in a hurry, I won't leave it behind. I get ready and change my t-shirt to something that was not worn out, and the needle and thread with it. I need to get back to Maria's place to check if she came back, all the while gathering more food to survive. I'll start with my neighbor's house as they have been infected, and they hunger for things that move instead. I make my way out fast, as I've been followed, and make it back to her place, losing the group following me, and sit for the news. If I'm getting through this, I'll need as much info as I can. Things have escalated, as a firebomb incident made the military jumpy, and they are now sending warning shots to anyone who gets too close. This was a bad situation as it was, but fear and desperation make people do stupid things. I take the opportunity to upgrade my newly acquired bag to be able to take more weight, and craft a bandage with the cloth strips that saved my life previously. I also start reading a book on how to maintain your tools, and about carpentry too. People are now rioting and looting. They must be as scared as I am. And when it comes to survival, you'll do what you must to stay alive. I stay at home, recovering from all the running from yesterday. The president reassures the infection is contained and that a cure and rehabilitation are being prioritized. I'm glad to know that. I want to see my friends healthy again. I eat and read for the day. On the news, Judge Matt Haas tells people to stop the rioting and fighting the police. And with the CDC asking for the borders to be closed, the president is not happy about the economic situation. I'm not too sure if investors are what needs to be prioritized right now, Mr. President. If this gets out of Knox County, there won't be an economy at all. I cook something and go to sleep. I keep gathering information, but need to go out soon as my water reserves dwindle. And I'm not desperate enough to use the toilet. Not yet, anyway. The hope for a cure is starting to recede. No, please don't give up. Curfews have been put in place too. And explained martial law is going to make things so much worse. They haven't told anyone how serious the infection is. Probably for economic reasons if I read the lines in between right from the president's speech yesterday. Although he's taking responsibility for the lack of communication. Is it to ensure the public doesn't panic more? If people knew how dangerous the virus is, surely they will comply better. Hold on. Are they avoiding the question, where did the virus come from? Is the government involved in this? Time to move. I need water. From what I've observed through the window, the neighborhood looks only inhabited by the infected. I'll just raid the supermarket for what I can. The silence is deafening, only broken by the moans and steps of the shambling people. The doors are locked. I don't have time to pry it open. And the car will be helpful to carry the loot back. I found the key, but it has no gas. Seems my antics managed to confuse the sprinter away, but not for long. Another key, but again, no gas. The key is in the ignition, but no gas again. Someone must have siphoned it all already. In my panic, I hide inside the apartment around the commercial area. There's a shambler here, and more to come after me when they break the door. I get this one locked in the toilet after I make sure my water bottle is full. I make a mistake thinking it will just be the runner and another one after me. But I shove them away as fast as I can and make a run for the door and close it. I make it into another apartment, hoping to exploit their bad memory. It sounds like it worked. And I'm able to get more info from the news. All I need to know is that the cure has been found. Come on! But all I get is the same president's speech from before, in that the military are establishing bases all over the major cities in the country. Despite the banging, I realize a major group has stopped following me, and I take a break from the running. I can't overexert myself, or the sprinters will get me if I'm slowed down. I learn more from books and wait for the nighttime news. And finally, the public knows the truth. Footage of a poor person with an arm nearly detaching, bitten and wounded all over, has made it to the news. But it might be too late. The town looks like West Point. It's so heavily populated there. If they're all infected, they can easily overrun an underprepared and anxious military force. I believe the only reason I'm alive is because I keep on moving and hiding where I can't be found. With guns, they'll call every single infected to them, and as nervous as they are giving warning shots to the public, it's only a matter of time. I'm starting to lose hope. I'm arrested and make a run for it, but the sprinter is still waiting for me. Somehow, it lost sight of me and I managed to escape unharmed. Or so I thought. As I run home, I see a radio, and with the time it took me to pick up the radio, another runner starts tracking me down. I use the burned house again to escape from his sight. I get inside, and it sounds like he believes I'm inside the garage. It's going to be hard to sleep, but I'll try anyway. I listened to the radio, and the phone caller revealed that her mom was attacked by some guy and got bitten. The military took her mother, and as she fled, they shot her dog? What the hell? She managed to escape, and someone had a car phone, so she made a call to the radio denouncing the military's actions and that everyone who's infected will try to kill you. Triple N reports the survivors were let out from a military camp and got past the exclusion zone. They're warning everyone about the extreme violence happening inside and how widespread the infection is. I'm starting to feel so anxious. I always thought Rosewood was bad because it's a small town where everyone interacts closely, but if it's total, is Louisville the only place left untouched? Maria, please be safe. I feel the steps of the shamblers around the house, and as I check, I get spotted. I quickly get out to avoid any more attention to my resting place and try to get him away from here. I manage to lose him around the houses, and I'm close to the school. And as I need water again, I go inside to fill my bottle. As long as I'm here, I check the library for useful books, and I find the generator magazine. It can't hurt to take it, because if the water is gone and everyone is infected, it's only a matter of time until the electricity gives up on me. This might be my only chance to have electricity back. I check everything else, but just take a tailoring book as I need to keep moving and can't afford the wait. Sprinter spots me, and that's my cue to leave. I check more cars, but only find more keys. I grab the leather gloves and run. A police car might have some ammo inside. I will avoid weapons, but I also remember seeing silencers inside the police station. So, if all hope is lost, I have the option to use weapons to fight back. I only find a map with notes in it, but find myself in a bad situation. Surrounded by all sides, I wait for one of the sides to clear out. But the window breaks, and I get my arm scratched. I didn't turn into one of them last time, but I might not be so lucky this time. I still don't know how it gets transmitted, although the bite marks make me suspicious of saliva transmission. I've got a big group following me, but I absolutely need my glasses back. I mean, sure, I could try to find another set, but these lenses were made for my eyes. I have to risk to go back and retrieve them. I ran away, trying to get back home, but it seems there are more infected nowadays than there were. I'm sure the first day there weren't this many. Could they be moving from Raven Creek? Watching the news, my suspicions were confirmed. Bites and scratches are the means by which the infection is transmitted, and the incubation period varies. However, it doesn't explain how it got out of control so fast, or why my neighbor Liam, despite being scratched and bitten, didn't turn, or why Oliver didn't turn after offing himself. Maybe it's like in the movies, where the brain needs to remain intact. Liam's head, even though scratched, wasn't wooden enough to cause brain damage. There's more to this. And my worst fear has been confirmed. There's no cure. But there is hope, right? They're still trying, Louisville, right? All the people they take away are being used as research, surely, before the military ends their lives. Their deaths can't have been in vain. I need to make a plan, just in case things don't work as I hope they will. I stay in and think, read books, and listen to the radio. One of the callers did raise my eyebrow. Someone who claimed to be a janitor at the research facility reported seeing one of the security guard's dogs sick on his last day there. This raised suspicions for me, especially after hearing about yesterday's incident involving a caller's dog being shot down. Could the facility have been experimenting with bioweapons, resulting in the dog getting infected? Perhaps this led to the termination of the janitor's employment and the shutdown of communications a week ago. It wouldn't be unprecedented for a virus to jump from animals to humans. For instance, AIDS originated from chimpanzees. And hold on a second, everyone here had dogs. Where are they now? They wouldn't just stay put and be eaten. Have they all run away? Other theories state it could be Spiffos burger meat, the chemical tests done in the area, and even aliens. They all seem too far-fetched to me, as the burger meat and chemical tests have been around for a while without raising an issue. But the fact military soldiers shot a dog on sight makes it the most plausible. I marked my own map with the locations of emergency supplies stashed in the pawn shop. And as the news starts again, I get spotted by an infected. I step out and hurry to the back to check the news. I know they'll take a while to break in. I don't know what to believe anymore. General John McGrew reassures there is a cure being made and that the infected are not deceased, and that transmission is passed only through direct fluid contact. Bites and scratches basically. But I've been scratched twice. And some of the infected didn't even look at the scratch on them. Also, that the infection is contained, but they keep losing cities to it. It makes no sense. Afterwards, I need to make the infected go away from my door before she breaks it. But I get spotted yet again, and there's another group around the corner. I make use of the burned out house again and sneak into the bedroom, making as little noise as possible. I wait for the worst to happen. But it was okay. I've lost them, thankfully. I finish reading my book and go to sleep. Ugh, the banging noise woke me up too early, but I'm rested enough. I'll keep reading my book until the news comes up. I learned from yesterday and stay away from the windows. I've learned all I could from watching The Infected. It seems when you get infected, you're slow and dumb, but as the virus progresses and takes over more of your body, you gain strength and agility. I still don't know the timings, but I'm nearly sure that's what happens, as one of them suddenly just started running after me even though they were slow initially. One would say I was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but I'm glad it happened, as it's good to know. The reporters somehow got inside the exclusion zone. Will they be prepared for the hell they got themselves in? And if they can get in, it means infected can get out. I hope I'm wrong. Oh no, they were caught. I hear the scream north of me. Can it be a survivor needing help? Maria! I quickly go out and try to check what happened. I'm too late for the poor survivor. But I can't help and feel bad for the relief I felt when I realized it wasn't Maria. I've ran out of water again, so I try to sneak in the house closest to me. I hear an infected. I fill my bottle and look around for food. I'm missing some fresh food, so I grab some. After checking the house, I decide to take a risk and fill my bottle to completion. Luckily, it's an infected that looks like somehow tripped on the shower and broke his back. It can't walk, so I should be able to easily do this. I also take some first aid basics. On the next house, it seems like a man in despair took his life and drank a bottle of bleach. It happened again. Someone didn't turn, even though his brain is intact and has obvious bite marks on his legs. With the bowl I found, I put together a fruit salad. It's nice to taste fresh fruit again like this, and it's big enough for 2 meals. I get caught going out. I desperately need a car, so I start looking for a can that I can use to siphon gas. A sprinter starts chasing me, so I try and evade her by jumping the fence. But even after jumping the fence a second time, she still keeps coming. And another sprinter joined the fray. And then a third. I try to use the school as a way to escape, but it's now overrun too. I use a chair to rest and catch my breath, but nearly get caught because of it. At least I can now run for a little bit longer, but as I come close to the door, the sprinter finally gets me in the arm. Another scratch. I really hope I'm immune to scratches by this point, as I'm not going to get lucky 3 times in a row. My house is surrounded. I can't get in. I keep running, desperately seeking for a place to rest as I'm getting tired with all this running. I find a place to quickly see the news, just to see an army soldier panicking about how it always has been contained. His words and his actions betray him. I think like the reporters got out, the infected managed to get in. I hope Maria has got out of Louisville through the bridge up north and that she didn't stay behind for me. I run to the next house I find, and luckily the door is open. By this time, the only thing left to watch is an episode of Woodcraft, so I stay put. But I can hear footsteps dragging my way. As I try to hide in the corner, an infected comes through the window. My first instinct is to run, But as my confidence in being immune raises, I decide to experiment. Crazy, I know, but worth it. Turns out, due to the lack of rational thought, if I stand on top of their arms, they can't really use their legs to free themselves. So I watched the episode of Wordcraft that I really needed to see, as it teaches how to make stairs, and then at 13, Triple N makes their news report. The barricades are struggling now, not with the infected, but with people trying to desperately get away from this hell. I envy them. I wish I still had my car to drive away from this mess, but I'm stuck. Cities around the country are burning away with flames as riots and looting get out of control. With the news of the past few days, there's no amount of sugarcoating that will calm everyone down. Heck, I'm restraining a zombie with my legs to watch the news. The respect for human life is gone. Wait. Did I just say zombie? I look down. It's true. These people are not people anymore. Their body's still working. I can't feel the pulse. Their hearts still pump. But perhaps it's the virus controlling the brain to ensure vital organs keep working. As if it kills the host, it also dies. Nasty thing they created in that lab. I'm starting to come to terms with what I must do. If no cure is found, I'll do what I can to protect myself. As another zombie comes towards me, I switch off the TV and run away. After all this running, I'm finally getting better at it too. And I go back to my plan of finding a car. No one else needs them anymore. And there's only me and Rosewood now, I'm sure. Whoever was alive before is now turned. The rising in the population of zombies outside is proof of it. I'll take a look at the car park in the supermarket. Upon checking the cars, I find an extra bottle that I can use for gas. Eventually, I come across a gas canister, which I plan to use for siphoning gas from cars with fuel and transferring to one of the vehicles I have keys for. The Horde is not going to make it easy though, I'm sure. Although it's not much gas, it should enable me to drive to the gas station and fill the tank up. I'm tired and exhausted. This is bad news. I'm so vulnerable to sprinters right now. I go back to my place to grab a vehicle magazine I never read. It should help me to make some basic mechanics on standard cars. I make my way to my safe haven. I go to the back door, but it has finally given in and the zombies broke it. I need a new plan. I have gas and the key for a nearby car. This is my last hope to get to safety today given my tiredness. After examining my two options, I choose the one with less damage. As I try to siphon gas from a third option and fill the chosen car, a dangerous dance ensues with the zombies chasing me around the vehicle. Funny stuff, if it wasn't my sister's neighbors chasing me. Maybe one day I'll look back and laugh at it. Finally, I calm down and do the smart thing of tricking them to jump the fence and use that time instead. I try to find a nice place to stay for the night. And by nice, I mean that has doors. That's my standard nowadays. The first house I check still has its resident. And as I'm growing used to do whatever I want, I decide to get this water, as I am so very thirsty. Of course, after hearing a window break, my sudden burst of courage disappears, and I ran away through the window. I get back to the car, as this area is full of zombies, and I'm not ready to kill yet. I need to make sure there is no chance of a cure, and that includes roadkill. I go back to the apartment area and try the door. It was open, so I stick to it for the night. Finally wash myself in my clothes, a little bit out of concern over my little scratch being infected, but also to get all the blood off of me. I eat my fruit salad, and after finding a G17 in the bedroom, I go to sleep after this long day. I wake up to a full-grown beard. Has it been a week already? I don't know how long it has been since this whole thing started, but I usually shave once a week, so it must have been 7 days now that I'm in this hellhole. Thousands of people are trying to get out of the exclusion zone now. Oh, apparently yesterday a horde of thousands of zombies attacked them? It was inevitable, with all the noise they were making. They're attracted to sound like a dung beetle to dung. At least people have now realized they are together in this and not shooting each other. For how long though? Food and water are only going to last so long for that many people. After checking the map, my plan for today is to fill my car with gas. And looking how populated that area is, I'm not expecting an easy time. But I see a couple of houses down south in the woods. That might be safe from too many zombies. I check the rest of the apartments for loot and hear gunshots. Whatever it is, I'm not going to check. If they're making this much noise, they're as good as dead now. After looting 2 apartments for food, on my third one, I saw a zombie. I excused myself out. I start myself a stir fry with the food I found. I missed warm food. And sat down to watch TV while I ate. Nearly feels like nothing ever happened, if not for the constant sense of death in the air. After watching the funny man on TV, I decided to go back to reality. And people are leaving by the thousands. I'm glad so many managed to escape. If only I could get there in time before it gets overrun as the military moves further back outside of Louisville. Maybe I could meet Maria in that crowd. What? It can spread without bites? It's airborne? Oh no! Maria! Wait, calm down. I'm not infected even though it's airborne. Maybe I'm immune after all. And after all these scratches, I would definitely be a zombie by now. Maria shares the same genes as me, so there is a chance she is immune as well. I'll hope so. Unfortunately, I missed the Triple N transmission, but I guess they're the ones who figure it out somehow. I need to move. I still have to fill up my car with gas. And there's a horde waiting for me. Looking at the body I had to run over, I get the final proof that some people are fully immune. He was bitten to death. Hat is still on. No brain damage at all, but never came back as a zombie. I'm glad that I'm in that group of people, but that just means I get to live alone in this hell. I group them up as I have learned to do, and I walk faster than the shamblers can, so I have no need to tire myself up running and try to lose them around the back yelling to make sure they leave the gas station surroundings. And do the same to the stragglers. I run to make sure I have enough time to fill my gas tank all the way up. Then I make my way down to the fancy houses in the woods. It's not clear as zombies, but I can manage this many. I attract all of them to the house up north and give them the slip through the woods. Unfortunately, one of them made its way in, but this zombie might have had Alzheimer's before turning. I shove him to the floor, and instead of banging at the door, he forgot I existed immediately. No banging ever happened. It sounded like he banged on the other window to get out again. But I don't want to risk my safe spot. It's too late to find another. More confusion breaks out. Once stoic and brave, Judge Matt Haas sounds panicked, advising people to lock themselves in the basement, stay away from animals, purify water, and to stop using electricity. I'm not sure myself of what's happening, but it's definitely an airborne virus. Always was. That's how it got out of control, infected so many without anyone noticing. Then, with the variable incubation rate, it started killing everyone with the fever and reviving just the basic motor functions to keep itself alive and spreading. In the meantime, whoever survived either had a longer incubation period or was immune. But due to the lack of information given by the government, even the immune population got devoured. How many lives could have been saved if they came out clean? Maybe even use the antibodies of the immune people to create a vaccine. But they were probably more worried about public ratings and the economic hit the companies involved would take. Scumbags. Even though it's pointless at this point, I will figure out who was behind it all. If society survives through this, I'll make sure the ones involved, if still alive, will pay for this. Zombies have broken the barricades south of Louisville. They'll soon ravage through the remaining people still stuck in their cars in traffic. Please, just start running away, guys. At this point, you just need to stay alive. Fight! Fight for your lives. Don't give up. Leave all that fancy furniture back. Just find somewhere safe and start rebuilding. Just keep my sister safe. Please. Feeling sad and hopeless, I go to sleep on the sofa. I wake up from a nightmare, drenched in sweat. I know I can't go back to sleep, so I grab a book to distract myself from the harsh reality. Society, as we know it, is gone. Replaced with a scene straight out of a horror movie. In under just a week. The loneliness weighs heavy on me. I never felt so alone. The last person I saw alive was devoured right in front of me, only to rise again as a zombie. I turned on the TV, hoping, desperately, for good news, but immediately got crushed by reality. As Triple N says, the Knox event widens. Several states are now reporting fever-like symptoms of the Knox infection, and reporter Kirsty Carmick reports she was one of the immune people out there. But seeing as this was an audio recording before she got spotted, my guess is that she was overrun wherever she was hiding. WBLN is now not transmitting. I can't believe how far the infection has already spread. I eat and make my move to get out of here. I need to check how the outskirts of Rosewood is doing. The other gas station might be safer to use. There is just as many zombies here, and it's harder to lose them as there is less buildings. I drive through the rest of South Rosewood to check for any signs of survivors or a safe place to stay in, but no dice. I decide to go back to Greg's house. It still has doors last time I saw it, and it wasn't as overrun as the rest of the town. But I still was followed. Just wanting to know how the rest of the country was doing, I decided to immobilize this zombie as well. She looked confused at one point, but as I moved, she resumed the attack. I threw her to the ground and put my knee in her neck. I need to know if there is a way to bring people back somehow. But at this point, everything seems lost. I can't do this on my own. I'm no biologist. I just like education channels. And the virus has now made it into the UK and Africa. And if it got that far, I'm sure the virus expanded its reach to the rest of the world. Our civilization has fallen, not by a cosmic event or act of God, just simple human greed and stupidity. What good is the economy doing for us now, Mr. President? Frustrated, I go out. All the houses are infested. I try to sneak into a garage, but the window locked as I try to force it open. The next house has a zombie in the toilet. I grab some food and water. found a couple of hooked water bottles upstairs, some bullets, and leave, as this isn't safe neither. I start making my way to the next house, and then it happened. I hear a loud sound in the distance. I look into the horizon. It's a helicopter. I don't know who they are, but I'm sure as hell going to take a closer look. I run to the car, jump the fence, landing on two very confused zombies. They came from southwest of Rosewood and are going north. Greg? No! He got far from Rosewood, but this heart got him in the end. My dear friend, you deserved so much better. But I need to keep going. They spot me and stop in midair. I get out of the car, calling for them to land. They ignore me and fly off. I start sounding my horn and they stop again. I beg for them to land, but they start flying away again. First west, then back north. I go past a small town in the middle of nowhere, and as I try to dodge all these zombies, I lose track of them. I find a small gas pump, and after making sure the zombies are distracted, I fill up my gas tank again. Wondering where they came from, where they went, and who they were, I start driving in the daze. No direction in particular. What am I supposed to do? I go through all that has happened this week in my head. Rage and fury start overwhelming me. I can't stand this anymore. This is not living. This is a living hell. I crash into a car. It's getting darker by the second, and I have nowhere to sleep. Before I knew it, I saw signs for Rosewood. Somehow, I made it back through the country roads. And the thought starts taking over. What I said yesterday. I have to follow my own advice and fight. Fight to survive. Fight to live long enough to find my sister. I need to find the ones responsible. Get revenge for everyone that died. And write it so if someone finds it in the future, knows who it was. And if I'm not alive, at least someone will know who it was. I park around my house. The constant crashing is nearly killing my engine. I need to find a new car, but first, I need to sleep. I lose the zombies chasing me, enter a house, get some water, and go to sleep. I checked the news channel, but all I got was static in the blurry automated message advising radio transmissions. I run back at my car and look for a car that I have a key for, siphon my gas, and fill my new ride with it. After much trouble with the local zombies. After a little bit of gas, I move to a safer position and fill the rest. The zombie population escalated. Probably due to the helicopter getting them all out on the streets. I get it half full, but it's enough for now. And my search for a safe place restarts. The first house is dead. But I take a look at my car, and with a front bumper, it should last a lot longer than my last. And being this small, it might have a higher chance of avoiding contact with the hearts. Also, it sounds like it makes less noise, so it will attract less attention, which is great. Or I wouldn't be able to stay in this house. I close all the curtains. Remove my bandages. Wash myself. And after eating, I think carefully
about what's to come. I can't keep going without killing. It's me or them. There is no middle ground. There is no cure coming. No one is coming to help or rescue me. No one cares, or is left to care. It's kill or be killed. As the hordes get bigger and the virus takes over the body, more zombies will start running very soon. I'll find myself in the position that if I don't kill, I'll die. Starting tomorrow, I will do it. I'm doing what I should have done from the start. I'm clearing Rosewood from this plague. No one else can do it.
I get rid of some extra weight I have, mostly books I've already read, and go to the bedroom. I begin planning what I'm going to do the next day. I'll start by going to the fire station and grab my weapon of choice, an axe, and grab whatever other resources that might be useful. Next, I'll make my way to the police station and do the same. My priority will be guns and ammo, and any protective gear I can find. I'm tired and too angry to even care about the lives I'm about to end. There's nothing I can do. Can't save them, so this might be a favor to them. Give them some rest and peace. After waking up, I start the day by doing a few practice swings. I've never swung a crowbar like this, and it's incredibly awkward, especially when I'm so used to swinging an axe downwards, and now I'm aiming for the upper side of a zombie. I immediately get spotted. My blood rushing to my head, I grip the crowbar tightly, feeling sweat on my face as I breathe heavily in anticipation. A sprinter runs towards me. I take the first swing. I put enough force that his neck bends, but not enough to put him down. I do a downward swing, trying to get him to the floor, but he doesn't care. I step back and hit him again and again. I finally hit his frontal lobe and rip half of his face off. That did the trick. I'm panicking as they get closer to me. Their smell and groans terrify me, while at the same time calling a primal urge to protect myself by ending their lives first. As I do it, with every swing I take, it becomes easier, though my panic doesn't seem to allow me to accurately hit them where I need to make this quick. There's not much on their dead bodies, but I'm at least able to replace my alarm clock with a digital watch. It's the 18th today. It has been 10 days. I can barely believe that in a matter of a week I'm now crushing the heads of people I saw daily in the supermarket, driving, walking their dogs. But it's so satisfying to fight back and knowing I'm just a little bit safer. Even if it only lasts a few seconds, I can take the time to catch my breath and not run around like a headless chicken. I grab my newly acquired loot and stash it in the car. I hear a groan behind me. The ruckus from before must have attracted a new heart for me to smash. Getting rid of them, I finish what I started, keeping a few tools with me and make my way to the fire station just at the end of the road. I park my car inside and kill a zombie that is trying to rip me apart. Afterwards, grab some more tools and try to start them before a fireman makes a run at me. By using his momentum, I knock him off balance and crush his face to the ground. I look down the hall to make sure no one is going to surprise me. Finally, some axes, and a crowbar that is in better condition. Some firefighter pans, but it's too warm for me to consider this an option, so I pick them up for colder temperatures. In the next room, there are medical supplies. I make myself a first aid kit using one of the fanny packs and move on to loot the rest of the ground floor. Finding cleaning liquid and bleach and a good condition t-shirt, I start everything back, knock this guy down, and make my way to the gym area to pick up a treadmill. I decorate the wall some more and the surprise attack nearly gets me. Upstairs, I notice a crawler from before has now risen. Probably the virus working its magic. Maybe it started not as a bioweapon but some sort of healing or super soldier virus.
I munch on an apple, grab some water, and leave. Another surprise. And then another. I start the engine and move to the police station. I spot a big heart coming after me, but I'm ready for this. Sprinters go down first, and I mow down the rest of the mob. And I take a rest, keeping an eye out for the stragglers, as my exhaustion is not helping me get rid of them fast enough. I'm sick of being wet from this rain and want to get dry soon. I cleared the entrance and the indoors area before I start exploring. Find the key for the armory and loot it. Grab all the weapons and ammo I wanted. Haven't found a decent shotgun yet, but took another G17 and a silencer. Loot whatever supplies I found in desks and make my way out. That's all the loot in the car now. Time to head north to the gas station. There's a lot of zombies on the road now, so I'm expecting resistance in order to fill my tank to the top. But with my newfound ability to chop zombies away, I cleared them in no time. It's getting late, and I have no place to sleep on top of being tired. I decide to look for a place to rest and see a boarded up house. I'll fill up the tank tomorrow and use whatever strength I have left to clear this house. I'm so tired and exhausted now. Feels like I'm back at work. Longer hours, and I can take a break until I finish. A horde awaits me at the gate. I need to push through if I want a safe spot to sleep. They make quick work of the gate, and it's chopping time. I hear zombies inside. I catch my breath before going in. And after a zombie interrupts my rest, I go in. Doing some decoration of my own. Sounds like there's one more to go upstairs. And he's gone. Yes! A bulletproof vest in the bedroom. I get ready to sleep, reassured I can sleep well tonight, without the worry of waking up dead after clearing the neighborhood. Tomorrow, I'll loot this place, and search for a better positioned house to make it my new residence. Shouldn't be too hard. In the morning, the looting starts. I find a sledgehammer and a katana for good measure. Can't really use it with my current skills, but it's good to have. On my way out, it seems a group of zombies from the previous night came from that garage. And, as they broke it, it revealed a generator. Can't carry it at the moment, unfortunately, as my car is full of loot. I keep it in mind and carry on to top up the gas tank. It seems a group of fans recognized my car and decided to hang around for a peek at the last human alive in town. Finishing that up, I give it a good filling and make my way to the gated area. It's secluded enough to avoid zombies walking around and breaking gates like the last house I tried to settle in.
The house I wanted is trashed, but I can always repair it. I bait all the zombies to follow me further south as I don't want to deal with the cleanup. As the blood splatters and brain matter piles up, I find myself enjoying this so much, as something primordial awakens inside me. Parking the car in the house I want, I get rid of the rest of the zombies on my new neighbor's lawn. I spot one of the old work vans and scar another axe. Nice! Checking this car, it's in pretty good condition. Just need to learn how to hotwire one. I grab a few essentials and move in. Start some inventory out and hear a zombie nearby. It sounds like it's inside the garage, so I go and check. Prying open the garage, I end this misery and get ready to sleep by washing myself in my clothes. After washing the jeans, as I look myself in the mirror, only then it hits me. Who have I become? Would my sister be proud of what I achieved? The monster I never knew I had inside, doing whatever it wants without thinking of the consequences. Lost in thought, I allow my OCD of sleeping with my head facing north or west to take over and try to pick up the bed to move it somewhere appropriate, but I break it. I try again on the house up north. You can guess what happened. Defeated, I just resigned to sleep in the house down south, ashamed of the being that I've become. But what other choice did I had? I wake up but stay in bed as long as I can. I don't want to do anything. There's no point. There's no one out there. It's just me. Hunger gets the better of me, and I eat some chocolate I found in the kitchen. I pick up the bed part I broke last night and make my way to the place I want to make my own. The place is a mess. Broken door, broken windows. Ugh. I really can't be bothered with any of this, but I have nothing else to do. I start by putting down the bed, and before I start looking for windows to replace the broken ones, I procrastinate and do everything else but that. I sort all my inventory out and put things into shelves. As the day ends, I finally start dealing with the windows, and to my surprise, I find that I can only remove the top floor window from the outside. I'll have to do some scaffolding later. I get the first window out safely, but the second one was a bust. I grabbed one from the living room instead and the door on my way out. Slapped those bad boys in, put up some curtains and called it a day. I put the radio down and there isn't anything on the air anymore, just noise. Only then the fact that the car is still full of loot crossed my mind, right as I thought I had done everything I set off to do. So, despite it being midnight, I start emptying it. Even though I didn't do much today, there was something cathartic about it. My mind slowly calming down as I sorted the place out and tidied up. Having ideas about how to better have things placed and having a small scale goal for my future, I allowed myself to get carried away, and before I knew it, it was 4 in the morning. As I entered the car for a last run before sleep, I hear groans. Running across the road, I ready myself for the horde. Glad I didn't go to sleep earlier, as they would have caught me off guard. By the time I'm finished, it's nearly 6, and as I go to bed, I think to myself, there has to be a better way to live than this. A freaking watch wakes me up 4 hours later. I get rid of them all out of anger. All I wanted was the parts anyway, in case I ever needed them. I spend the day sorting all the loot that was stashed in the car. And as the day ends, I'm looking for a few metal sheets to get myself some bracers for protection. My first thoughts turn to the garages in my surroundings, and as I pry open the garage door, I'm presented with another generator.
I simply can't believe my luck. Am I the luckiest man on Earth, or the most damned of it all for surviving? Grabbing it and coming back home, I see the carnage I made a few days ago. Was this justified? The catharsis slowly wears off as I wonder if there is still a moral standard to begin with. Maybe I just feel bad for enjoying it so much? But I didn't feel the same last night. Maybe I went temporarily insane. I guess losing the world to this virus is a pretty big loss. And the only way for me to cope with any of this is taking it out on the victims. After all, I have no one to talk with anymore. Maybe that's why I'm clinging so much to the idea of my sister being immune too. But let's be honest, Costa. There's little to no chance for her to be alive at this point. What you do for yourself. There's no excuses needed anymore. Everyone's gone. It's just you alone here. So stop blaming yourself for this. No one is watching to judge your choices or say it's immoral. What about your caring for all the people here? All of them just want to rip your face off. So it's self-defense, right? Self-defense. Like there's a court out here. I guess you make your own rules now. You're the judge, jury, and executioner. And not the sanest neither, as I keep talking to myself in the third person now. A new feeling of catharsis sweeps through me. I'll be fine now. I had no choice, and need to keep surviving this, to its bitter end. After all, if anyone is reading this now, it's painfully obvious this is the story of how I died. With the new day starting, I let my inner harder take over and make sure I can cook whatever I want, have as many books as I need, or anything that might be remotely useful. Like all this dude's clothes. I might need some thread from it or something. A couple of bowls, all the food, saucepan, a microwave, and a few magazines are probably the only things worth mentioning. Why is the saucepan worth mentioning, you might ask? Well, I'll need cheese to add to pizzas, and with some mad cooking skills, I'll make myself some apocalypse pizza. Yeah, Faye, take that. I'm gonna to fatten myself up like that. As I use my new microwave, I think to myself, I must make some amends. There are still people out there I used to care about. I'll start by going back to my sister's place, now that I have a shovel. The air feels heavy. The corpses piled up together with the afternoon heat makes this nausea-inducing atmosphere. I carry on. I have to do this, despite starting to enjoy the comfort of my lonely corner in the world. Whether or not my sister is alive, I know she'll appreciate Oliver having a proper burial. I pick up his body and lay him to rest next to this lovely tree in the back. I think it's a better dignified marker than anything I could build. Afterwards, I go and pick up food from the supermarket. I take care of the hearth in the back, park my car inside, and then clear the front, making sure no one gets close to the shelves I want to loot. Don't want any blood on my food. I fill the car with as much food as I can with long shelf life. You know, canned food, dried food, butter, lard, chips, and other non-perishables. Well, to be honest, by this point most of the perishable food has rotted anyway. And make my way back home afterwards, noticing I might attract more attention than I would like. Even though I tried to make my way in to avoid zombies following me, there was a group too close for me to do anything about them. I get ready to put them to rest in the neighbor's lawn. Then, grab all the loot in the car and stash it away in the kitchen until it was close to midnight again. As I wake up, right as I open my eyes, electricity gives up on me. I wasn't expecting it to go so soon. Maybe the hards made the power grid collapse that much faster. My first thought was to turn on the generator I found a couple of days ago, but I never filled it with gas, so I siphoned some from the cars to keep my fridge going. I figure from the power consumption, I have 3 days worth of fuel. That should buy me some time to get some gas. But I do notice I'm powering an extra fridge that is not my own, so I move it out of the way across the house. It seems that did the trick, and I have an extra day to play with. I spent the rest of the morning doing some meal prep for the next few days. Nothing fancy, just a stew and a stir fry with the leftovers of the stew. But I got 4 bowls and 2 plates with pretty good nutritional value, and leave the cooking pot outside just in case it rains to fill it up. I empty the car, make myself a fruit salad to take me on my next trip, and start making my way on the road. After putting Oliver to rest, I keep thinking I should do the same to Greg and Elijah. I thought I would come across Elijah in the police station. I didn't see him when I went on a rampage. So I drive to where I last saw Greg. Someone shot again. There's a few zombies around, but not him. Maybe they followed the helicopter noise and are up the road somewhere? Nope, there's no one here. Maybe they followed that gunshot or an animal to the forest around them. I'll sound my horn to get them to come to me. A group comes to me, but no sight of Greg. I sound it a second time, but again, I don't see him. I can still hear groans around me, so I shout. He finally comes out of the woods. I steel myself, get ready to strike, but I can't do it. I run away, take a deep breath, and face him again as I step back from him, waiting for the right moment to strike. But it never came. I push him away, and then again as he stumbles to the floor, I immobilize him, and as I get ready to strike, I lose my nerve again. I can't help but remember our good moments together. All the road trips, the lazy afternoon garden meets we'd have. As a last resort, I try putting the mask back on, grab my crowbar and look at him again. The numbness takes over. I'm no longer myself. And after coldly picking the right spot to strike, I put him down in one swing. I grab his loot from his body, pick him up, and morbidly sit him up in the right seat, rambling on how I've managed to survive the past week while I drive back to Rosewood. I guess I need to talk to a friend, even if he's gone now. Crashing into a lamppost as I get too emotional, parking outside his place. I clear the way and bury him in his garden, under the lone tree he planted years ago. I take my helmet and mask off to say my final goodbye to him. I'll miss you, buddy. As I leave, only my mask is on. I'm no savior, I'm just a butcher. I don't need to fool anyone or myself anymore. I fill up my bottle of water and make my way back home. Getting spooked along the way. I need to get some sleep. A gunshot wakes me up, and wearing the mask yesterday made me so itchy I just have to shave this scruffy beard off. I spend my morning putting loot away, and after lunch I decide I need to have a better plan than what I've had so far. I've accomplished nothing, just been struggling to survive. So here's my plan of action. First, I need to find my sister, or what happened to her. Second, find who was responsible for all of this. And third, reach sustainability, so I can stop looking for resources all over the place and just produce my own whenever I need them. I'm in no state to do my first and second tasks. I have no clues where to start, and if I don't sustain myself, I might never manage to do them. So my first goal is to be self-sufficient. I need to find the tools and resources to start building my own base of operations. The best place I can think of is the warehouses up north before reaching Muldrow. After securing myself and making sure I'm not getting a surprise attack from my back, I pry open the door and start looking for what I need. Boxes of nails, propane torches, welding rods, wire, more hammers, lug wrenches, tire pumps, seeds, paint, everything and anything that will be useful for my future survival. Finishing it off with grabbing a few crates for storage, an antique oven for the colder nights of winter, and a toolbox for the garage. When I'm done with my hoarding, it's nighttime. I consider staying here, but it's too dangerous. So I take the risk of driving with limited visibility back home and go to sleep after getting home. As I plan to do meticulous work today, I put on my glasses and spend my morning organizing yesterday's loot. Midway through, as I go to the car, a horse spots me, and after clearing them, I notice a cowboy hat on the floor. Given the heat, I take it. It will help prevent heat stroke. And after making sure I'm safe again, I return to do inventorying. Finishing it just after lunchtime, I decide to maximize my carpentry skills, so I need books. There's a bookshop on the next street, and if I can't find what I'm looking for, I can always take a look at the school. I do find some books and magazines I was looking for, but not Carpentry 5. So I make way to the school, where I find some more smithing magazines I'll need in the near future, and the Carpentry 5 I was looking for, and make my way back to the car. This zombie had a cool t-shirt and comfy slippers, so I use my crowbar in order not to damage it. As I get home and start putting the books away, I notice I forgot to wear my mask. Unlike before, taking down anyone I met was a breeze. The complete opposite of what happened with Greg. I guess a part of me stayed with him that day. As I put things away, and even though I made sure I wasn't followed, the zombie still broke in through a window. And instead of searching for me, it went for another window. Maybe it was a vandal in its past life. I lure it outside, add it to the pile, replace the window, and continue. I pause when I hear nearby gunshots, checking to see if it attracted any attention. It looks okay, but it reminds me that I still need to find fuel for the generator. As I get ready for bed, the smell of blood on my clothes turns my stomach. I swap them out for something that won't make my bed reek, and go to sleep feeling a bit better about myself for having fresh clothes on me. I gear up and start my day, get some food prep, and make my way to the gas station. After clearing the way to the generator I found last week, I pick it up and connect it to the gas station. Even though I could hear it coming my way, I must admit I still dropped a brick. By using a little bit of gas from the car to start it up, I fill up my car, the generator, and whatever cans I have to bring them back. But not before another zombie scared the bejesus out of me. Back home, I nearly got caught, but it tripped on the sidewalk as it got close to me. I'm still unsure about my luck. Am I lucky, or is this just a sick joke? Yep, a sick joke. My axe broke on the last zombie I have to face. All about the drama, I guess. Whichever god is watching this must be a sick Fortunately for me, I carry my crowbar with me, so I didn't have to improvise. I grab the next axe in line and take care of the generator. It seems it's going to last a couple of weeks. That's nice. As for the rest of the day, I grab a couch I didn't need inside and place it outside to enjoy the nice weather and read Carpentry 4 up until it's bedtime. The next day started as the previous ended, with reading and finishing Carpentry 4. And as I finish reading, I start looking into making light switches, as I'll be breaking walls and need to replace them. Unfortunately, this is a magazine I don't have, so I go out to look for it. The houses around me don't have it. I didn't leave it behind at the house where I left a bunch of literature, nor at Maria's place. And I checked the bookstore again in case I missed it, but nope. As a last resort, I tried the garage around me in case it's there before I give up. And then I found it. Not the magazine, but a second generator. Seriously? I had 2 generators next to where I wanted to fortify myself. I can only imagine the trouble I would go through to even find one if I had picked any other place. I pick it up and place it next to the other one. I need more fuel before I plug this bad boy in. Giving up after lunch, I decide it's not worth it going to the school, as I would have picked it up, and start reading Carpentry 5 for the rest of the day, pushing myself to exhaustion to finish reading it, as I want to start building all the things as soon as possible. I'll deal with the light switches when the time comes. Apparently, another zombie that is still into vandalism broke this window and left. They didn't even bother coming in. Not that I'm complaining, but what's the point really? Are you not loved by your zombie mom or something? Replacing it and moving on, I hear a watch beeping, and being the little hoarder that I am, I just had to grab it. You'd think a pile of dead zombies would get me away from here. Nah, scavenging first, throw up later. So being the psycho that I've turned to be, I decide to execute my master plan. The reason why I've been piling up all of these bodies here. Yes, you guessed it. I need cloth. And thread. Tons of it. Why? to craft all sorts of stuff. To start, I'll need rope to put the logs into easy to carry blocks, some more for a couple of metal bracers. Also, any piece of clothing that gets damaged can be repaired with enough cloth, denim, or leather. And it all starts here, scavenging in this pit of forsaken humanity at 10 in the morning with the balmy 22 degrees Celsius, on a pile of rotting corpses, some nearly a week old, with flies all over the place. God, I'm getting queasy just being here. I didn't think this through. 8 hours later, and I regret everything. A zombie basically turned to mush right in front of me. On one side, I'm happy to have gathered the clothes beforehand. On the other, it made me call it a day, as I have to puke somewhere else. After stashing all those strips, I go to the neighbor's house. I need to wash myself after the day I had, and my clothes with it. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I leave my clothes on the floor drying for the next day, change into something not wet, and get some long overdue rest. I grab a couple of bags of chips, an orange soda, and a bowl of stew to eat during the day while at work. Finally, something I'm actually good at, chopping wood. Kind of miss it really. And don't need to travel far to get wood. One of the perks of being the apocalypse, I guess. Of course, according to health and safety regulations, I need to clear the place of any hazards before starting work. I also tried to check the place for the so-called bug-out bag, but didn't manage to find anything. After the first round, I decide to sound the horn to ensure the woods are clear before I start. And the second round begins. I noticed that the last remaining zombie has a nice black t-shirt, so I kill it without damaging it, only to realize under the scorching sun how bad an idea that was. So after a new t-shirt container comes about, I take its white t-shirt. It's much fresher than the black one I just had, and I was starting to cook even with the white vest. It's so bloody, I'll have to wash this. I go back to the houses to give it a quick wash. After the morning warm-up, I'm able to do what I was set to do initially, some good old logging. I do all the chopping I thought I would need and sit down to catch my breath. I hear a groan, and I start to get up. This one nearly got me. Ugh, makes me wonder if there was any point in sounding the horn before. Maybe I just made it worse. After eating my meal and stacking as many logs as possible, I start bringing them home. It took me until nighttime to sort all the loot from the day and the logs, so I'll leave picking up the rest of them for tomorrow, and I take the time to wash before bed. Wait, is this t-shirt pink? Ah, screw it. No one is here to judge you. You're fabulous. Well, no one but you, whoever is reading this. But judge all you want. I'm a dad man if you actually have this book with you. Waking up, I no longer feel fabulous, so I give myself a haircut and a shave. There's fog today. Not the best day to go around picking up logs, but I'll grab the rope and get them. One less thing to worry about later. And as the fog clears out, the sawing starts to my despair, as I'm sure to break a sweat under this hot sun now. Until I get interrupted anyway. I put it in the pile and finish sawing, leaving a few logs for a log wall to avoid encounters like this. 206 planks should do for now. I start working on the scaffolding. I need that window repaired for winter time. And as it starts raining, I grab a few bags to set up a rain collector barrel, or 6, as I don't want to ever struggle with water. and I've learned not to set it up in a way that when the barrel empties, a valve rotates to the next in line, all with wooden nails of course. Read Annex 1.1, How to Barrels, to learn the trick. After grabbing the pipe wrench, I turn the water back on and give it a whirl. Yum! Fresh, tasty water. The water filter is working too. Blessed. And the washing machine afterwards. Read Annex 1.2, How to Filters, to see how that works. After finishing the scaffolding for the second floor, I reward myself with some of the soda and do the meal prep for the next few days. Ah, progress. I wash myself while I cook, wash my clothes, plate everything, and fill up the pot for the next batch of stew. All without exiting the kitchen once. What a time saver, instead of scavenging for water in the houses surrounding me. This is one step closer to being self-sustainable. I grab another window from next door and replace my bedroom window. Afterwards, well, I did a lot of things. Found more garbage bags, scrapped some cars. I step outside and look at what I've built. A sense of peace finally hits me. A sense that despite all that I've ruined and destroyed, there is still space to learn and create anew. This is not much, and it's a pretty big mess. But it's my mess. Something that I've come up with. And with that, I can keep going one more day. Just the next day, one day at a time. Try my hardest to make this work. Living in this post-apocalyptic world has not been easy. Far from it. But I hope you, who are still there, can learn from me how to survive out here and find happiness in the little things. If anything, how not to build a house. Waking up to a brand new me, I gear up and check on the generators. With the addition of a second one, it looks like they'll last a little bit more than a month. Entering the car, I make my way to the school. In order to survive and perhaps even thrive in this environment, I'll need to learn more than what I currently know. I need to stop being a careless lumberjack and instead become a well-prepared one. I've built myself a little library at home and will have enough storage space for all the books that I'll need. Grabbing all the books from the school, I make my way into the residential area. I want to find the third generator, more food, and any other books that I'm still missing. So a stop to the bookstore is mandatory. And I pick up a clothes rack that I like better next door. My plan is to turtle up, get fit, strong, become a jack of all trades, and make myself self-sufficient as fast as possible. As summer is nearly over and fall approaches, there will be more storms coming my way. After finding all I could today, I return home to stash my loot. I take care of the rack and change into something comfortable, get cozy, and go to sleep. Today, my plan is to go to Doe Valley to check its bookstore for more books, search the police station for weapons, and look for farming supplies at the local shop. They also have guns in the back. I'm greeted by the untouched zombie population as I secure my parking spot, knowing I'll need some time to explore the stores here. Thankfully, the population here is even lower than in Rosewood, so I don't expect much trouble. However, I couldn't help but notice that unlike the early days of the infection, there are no more crawlers, and their sprinters are in larger numbers now. If I'm correct, their numbers will keep on increasing until everyone is a sprinter. Seriously, what were they thinking in that lab? I'm not sure if there's enough ammo in the county for that. Surely my axe is not going to cut it if they're all sprinters. Hopefully, I'll find some army-grade weapons and learn how to make my own bullets. But first, make yourself sustainable, Costa. Worry about bullets later. You're not going to make any bullets if you don't eat and can't run faster than them. The police station doesn't have much. It's a small town after all. They probably grabbed all the weapons and ammo they could when this situation hit the fan. Moving on to the farming supplies, I find tree saplings, gardening sprays, water cans, farming magazines, army-grade clothing, fish nets, and even though I didn't find a decent shotgun I can use, I grab more ammo and weapon parts for when I do find something more efficient. I come back home getting ready to sleep. I start my day by sorting out my inventory and connecting the generator I picked up. After filling it up, I have 48 days until I need to refuel them. I spend the rest of my day sorting out all the loot from the previous day. I change into the army gear after checking that it is less insulated than the current outfit I have and might provide a little bit more stealth. I designate specific areas in the garage for different items. Tools here, crafting materials there, and all my electronics in another section. This garage is starting to resemble a tool shed instead. I also grabbed this dumpster just in case there's something I no longer need. Starting a new routine, I exercise in the morning using the treadmill. I need to be able to run faster than the sprinters and for longer periods of time. I never saw them getting exhausted or in need of a break, unlike me. I thought they were all joggers before they turned. The virus must push the body to its breaking point, which explains the faster decomposition process, as the body likely consumes starch proteins and lipids to keep it going. Maybe that's why they're so hungry for fresh meat. Continuing to sort my inventory, I realized that I need to focus on becoming a craftsman, no longer just a gatherer. There are no more steel factories or handy stores to pick up new materials. I need to learn how to make them myself, so I can turn whatever I find into whatever I need. I start with a handy couch for the man cave I've built. I prefer to have somewhere comfy to sit while I do all the reading that I need. After that, a bit more jogging followed by reading while I rest, and repeat. My muscles are getting sore from this. But since everything I have planned will be done inside my safe place, I can afford the exhaustion and pain until I get used to running. After a day of running, I wash myself, take some painkillers, and go to sleep. Hearing a gunshot in the morning west of me, I quickly check out the window to see if I can spot anyone. But I see no one. It didn't sound far away though. At least there are still people out there fighting. Or I hope they are, as I can't shake the feeling that the solitary shot might be like what Oliver did to himself. Continuing the same routine as yesterday, I make progress on axe wielding, fitness, and strength, pushing through the pain with painkillers as I want to become accustomed to running as fast as possible. As the days pass with this routine, time flies by without me noticing. And before I know it, I'm no longer tired anymore from running or feeling pain after using the treadmill. I ease off on it and focus more on reading books. Maintenance and cooking are given priority to make my weapons last longer, and cooking so I can stretch out the food I have. This is followed by electrical and mechanic skills to be able to hotwire cars. Then some metalworking to make much needed repairs on my poor beaten up car. I also focus on becoming nimble to improve my combat effectiveness, enabling me to move and chop at the same time. After that, it's only fair to read a book on sprinting, along with another one about tailoring to patch myself up. I also delve into fitness books because of all of this running, and I throw in some reading about cooking while I cook. And finally, I delve into reading about blacksmithing so I can make my own tools, then fishing and foraging. I take a walk outside to check out my new nimble pace, training a little bit while at it. Then, chilling outside in the nice weather, I flip through a book on trapping. After all that reading, I go for a walk, foraging for stones to build a stone furnace. That will be my next step towards self-sustainability. If I'm able to recycle all the broken cars around the place and create my own weapons, tools, and bullets, I can focus on my objective of finding the ones responsible for this mess. I still have faith humanity won't go extinct even after this. After all, I'm alive. The shots and screams I hear every so often just reinforce that I'm not the only one. The only thing that makes sense in my head as to why I don't see anyone is that everyone still alive has bunkered down and is probably getting ready to survive themselves.
I might as well have a head start preparing for when there are people around and make a safe haven. Having found the 15 stones I needed, I make my way to the back garden and build my stone furnace. After grabbing a few logs, I eat and go to sleep. I keep gathering logs and make a few crates for all the new materials that I'll produce. After breaking down all the jewelry I've collected so far, I make an anvil. To do smithing, I'll need 2 items. Some smithing tongs, which I've already learned how to make, and bellows to heat up the furnace. So I start practicing by making some iron ingots and melting them again, followed by making forks, which I broke every single time due to inexperience. Then I take the rest of the day to read the next volume on smithing. I keep practicing, this time crafting butter knives, with similar results to the forks. Then I move on to small metal sheets, followed by normal sized ones. I'm improving rapidly. The ability to recycle my failures back into the furnace with minimal metal loss is a big help, though there's still some waste involved. After this, and a bit of gunpowder alchemy, I'll be able to craft my own ammo. I'll focus on 9mm bullets and shotgun shells for now. All I need is to find a suitable shotgun. When I say suitable shotgun, I mean one that isn't a double pump. Constant reloading could get me killed by sprinters, as I can't run and reload simultaneously. So I'm on the lookout for a M590 or SPAS-12 semi-automatic shotgun, both with a 7+1 magazine tube. With 8 shells, I should be able to handle whatever sprinters come my way, using the handgun for emergencies. Of course, before I even think about that, I need to take it slow. I've never shot a gun, and I'm not exactly skilled at it. I also craft a barrel to make charcoal to fuel the furnace once I gain enough experience. I'm quite proud of how smooth it turned out. Anyway, I toss in some logs and let them burn, yielding charcoal for later use. After some practice, I have enough confidence to craft bullets. I create molds and use gunpowder salvaged from bullets I won't use, starting with batches of 9mm rounds. Then I do the same for shotgun shells. I have the ammo now, I just need a weapon to go with it. 23 boxes of 9mm and 33 boxes of shells should do for now. After that, I fill up the barrel with another load of logs to prevent it from filling up with water later on. A storm hits today, so I stay indoors, catching up with more books. It's really rough out there. I kind of miss the weather channels now. With 2 weeks of self-improvement out of the way and the storm calming down, it's time for the next stage, getting my mechanic skills on par with the car. Currently, my knowledge is limited to changing its lights, so I plan on cheating. Instead of changing lights over and over again, I'll look for a video type that will teach me more of the basics. The last thing I need is to be left stranded somewhere without shelter nearby. There is a VHS store near the gas station, so I'll start looking for one there. If not, Muldra or March Ridge will have it. Getting there, it's obvious I am in trouble. There isn't a single crawler anywhere. Zombies that show evident exposed femur fractures are walking. This shouldn't be possible. I get out of the car, sweat covering my face over the number of sprinters I see disguised as rain. I'm actually thankful for this rain cooling me down. I keep my head on a swivel, can't afford to get bitten, or even worse, get dragged down and eaten alive. As I enter, my worst nightmare begins. An alarm is triggered. I have 2 choices: run and risk facing a pack hard upon my return, or attempt to deal with them one at a time as they arrive. I clench my jaw and trust my training. I need to be brave. Oof, that wasn't so bad. Oh, a cool t-shirt. Oh shit! Alright, I need to stop being so cocky. Overconfidence will be the death of me. I raid the store and managed to find 1 cassette tape. That will do. Holy moly! What are all these guys doing here? Darn, maybe they clustered here because of all the noise my car makes. Right, let's take care of this bad boy. One of these days I'll crash into this truck. I stash the loot from today and go to sleep. Today with some company. Damn it. I'm going crazy, aren't I? What is a grown-ass man doing sleeping with a teddy? Oh well, it makes me feel less lonely. I watch that tape as soon as possible. I don't want to delay that car repair anymore. Everything is pretty much broken, and with this weather, I would prefer not to be drenched all the time. Hold up. In this weather, where exactly am I repairing the car? Alright, okay. Change of plans. I need a garage. But how big? I'll grab a few cars to measure it, I guess. I read the next volume on mechanics until the rain stops and go out to get a few cars. This tape was enough for me to get the skill required to hotwire cars together with what I know about electrics. And here we go! Let me grab a gas can before I go. Oh yeah, the generators. Let me check how much gas I still have left. Nice! Still 25 days left with fuel. Should have plenty of time to build a garage. I get in and proceed to my very first hot wire experience. I must admit, I feel like a burglar right now. Nice! It worked! I mean, this is not my first car I, relocate? But due to the hot wiring, it legit feels like a Grand Theft Auto now. I top up a little bit of fuel and bring it back to the base. I repeat the process with 4 more cars and bring them back to base. I made sure they are all standard cars, as with my level of skill I should be able to uninstall and install most of the parts without an issue, and when I'm halfway skilled at this, I can do it all. Vans and sport cars are a little bit more tricky, and 5 cars are more than enough to keep me busy all day. This is more or less how big the garage will be. I don't want 5 cars, but better have and not need it, right? Let me empty the rest of the cans inside the generator. Heck, I'll just fill them all up again. Ah yes, 60 days. 2 whole months without having to worry about this. Fantastic. Grabbing my wood axe for tomorrow, I read a few magazines before going to sleep. I chop as many trees as I possibly can carry. The light rain washes the sweat away, cooling me down, so I don't mind it as much. I start by peeling part of the roof to get an idea of how much space I'll need for the walls, and placing supports to prevent it from crumbling down. Fortunately, it stopped raining midway through the day. I hope it stays like that for a little while, as we enter September and the temperatures are going to drop. Oh, also, I just realized I haven't shared my nightly routine. I wash all the sweat, dirt, and blood off of me and my clothes before bed. Also, don't forget to brush your teeth. There are no dentists to help you out now. You don't want a tooth infection to take you out of all things. I gather more wood while the cold morning air is still around. Returning to build a roof before more rain comes my way. I decided to use similar tiles to my current roof for my own peace of mind, as any other kind of tile seems off, and I'm not re-roofing the entire house just because of my OCD and aesthetic taste. With the roof completed, the construction of the walls begins, leaving the window spaces for last. I choose the white cinder blocks for the looks of the garage. I think it suits it well. Then, I take the wood supports out and replace it with the cinder block corners. And finally, a concrete floor for the rest of it. The garage is finally taking shape into its final form, and I was blessed with good weather while doing it. I really enjoy building and crafting. It keeps my mind off things. I could spend the rest of my life crafting and I would be happy. I never knew I had this creative side inside of me. As a bonus, I can now build up my mechanics skill without getting wet, and have an extra car or 2 in case I get one wrecked. I tidy up my mess and start working on the cars. I still mess up on installing some of the parts, but it's fine. As humans, we learn best by making mistakes and learning from them. Well, at least when it comes to self-development, not when you make a zombie virus that ends civilization. No one learned anything from that, except how to survive on your own, at the cost of 5 billion lives. I doubt even 1% of the human population survived this. After a few days of this routine, I start getting better. I can replace the parts without damaging them, but I can't yet repair the engine. So I push on until I can ensure the engine will make as little noise as possible. As I keep going with my now normal routine of repairing cars, I forgot one little tiny detail. Generators still need to be maintained. I run to put the fire out once I hear the explosion. Grabbing the fire extinguisher, I find that the fire has already spread all over the place. I start by trying to save the tool shed, but the intense heat and fuel sweeping through the walls make it impossible. In the chaos, my hand is burned by the flames. I extinguish myself, noticing I sustained heavy damage from that burn, so I approach it more carefully now. Noticing the fire inside the house, I rush to put it out. I managed to save my diary notes, but not before it burned 9 days of it. This is a lot of damage. I lost all my generators, tools, crafting materials, all the magazines, and the videotapes. Better than losing it all, I guess. But this burned hand is going to take some time to heal. I'll clean it, as painful as it is, and keep a sterilized bandage on it, changing it every 12 hours to prevent infection. As much as I want to go and get new materials and tools to repair this damage, I have to stay inside, as I can barely hold my hacks like this. Saying that, I don't have much of a choice. I'm taking painkillers to briefly forget about the pain, and go search of more bottles of disinfectant and a new generator to preserve my food. I'll start with the doctor's office, then look in some garages to find a generator. My dumb careless self nearly got me killed. Maybe I'm going to bring about my own doom, not a zombie. The doctor's office was closed during the week before this whole thing started. Thinking back, that was suspicious. But only now that I'm here, I connected those points. Maybe they were among the first ones getting infected. I clear the building and gather all the supplies I need. As I'm entering the last room I need to check, I'm presented with the campfire? There's a figure on the ground. Approaching her, I realize that she isn't a zombie. She was just a normal person. She never turned. It appears she was shot in the back of the head, as indicated by the blood splatters and the bullet still lodged in the wall. Why was there a campfire here? Looking closely, there's a lot of papers in there. I find a sheet of paper that I can still make some words out of it. It's a report of some kind. With the date, and perhaps the word Louisville. Weird, but this is my first clue to sniff out what happened here. Grabbing the note and putting this thought in the back of my mind, I make track for the residential area. I search garage after garage until I find the generator and come back home. Plugged it in a safer space this time, away from any storage, turned it on and went to sleep afterwards, taking painkillers to help me through the night. I pick up the remnants of my previous living room and consider how lucky I was that this was all the damage I'll need to repair. It could have been so much worse. Hold up! Well, that's busted. Might as well replace the garage door too. But for that to happen, I'll need the sledgehammer, which was in the tool cabinet. So with no sledgehammer to do this, I consider getting more gas, as I used most of it in the late generators. That's when it hits me. I can make my own tools now. So I fire up the furnace and start making myself a fancy looking sledgehammer. My training is already bearing fruit. Although I wouldn't be in this situation in the first place if I paid more attention to the generators and less to my skills. The demolition starts, and I suddenly come across a problem. I can't replace the roof of the garage in the same way that it was built. I can only do plain tiles. Maybe I'll just demolish the garage itself and put all the item storage in my new garage. So apart from planks, I just need crafting materials. But since I can make most of them as long as I have metal, I should be fine. Nails are the next in line, and I place the walls down. I learned that a paintbrush is not something I can craft, so another trip to the warehouse gets added to my to-do list. Before the day ends, I put down the flooring. I finish upstairs and return to learning about car repairs. I want my Beetle in top shape before going there, just in case. Besides, it's not like I can do much with my hand in this state, although it's feeling better and I'm in less pain now. Once I had the required skill to repair my car, I jumped straight into it. The first thing I want to do is uninstall the broken parts and repair everything to a somewhat decent level, as the car is in a very bad shape. And of course, now it starts raining. Well, I'm wet already, might as well keep on going. With the broken parts repaired, I'll leave the rest for tomorrow. Getting the car inside, I start repairing the rest as best as I can, using the car next to it for the parts I'm missing. After that, it's a matter of dealing with the extras like a roof rack for extra storage room and some armor to go with it. Of course, that will require metal, so I spend the rest of the day smithing, creating metal for what I need. At last, I have all the metal sheets, just to realize my metal working sucks, despite my smithing being great. So I start welding the sheets together using welding rods and then cutting them down again. But I guess it's still better than risking going out there with a burned hand, as I would also struggle to get any decent materials out of dismantling cars with my current skills. My hand doesn't hurt anymore, and it looks like the burn has healed, but it left a nasty scar though. I spend the rest of the day repairing and rebuilding my engine, now that I have enough skill and materials to do it. Not too shabby. With the weather getting colder, I put on an extra shirt on top of the t-shirt, and a vest for good measure. It has a hole, but I'll repair it when I get better with tailoring. I start my day by going to the gas station and filling up my gas cans, propane tanks, and fill up the tank now that it's repaired. I fill up the generator and don't forget to check its condition this time. Then I place the rest of the cans away from it, just in case. It's time to grab myself a paintbrush. Back to the warehouse as I go. Same plan as before. I need to secure myself before going in, but this time I feel there are more zombies and a higher number of sprinters. Staying inside for the past month really makes that apparent. I try fending off the horde of sprinters coming my way, but they get too close and I panic. I start running to try and get some breathing room and ensure they're only coming from one direction towards me, making me realize I now can run faster than them. Noted. I noticed this one just ninja running while not noticing his bottom leg stuck in my car rear bumper. Disturbing to see, but eventually rips half of his muscle mass and keeps running towards me. Having cleared the path, I look again for tools and crafting materials, finding paint, a shovel, lug wrench, screwdrivers, leaf rake, garden saw, trowel, pipe wrench, but no paintbrush. I move on to another warehouse to search for it. I managed to nab a tire pump, welding rods, wood glue, propane torches, boxes of nails, duct tape, a paintbrush, and screws before leaving the premises and heading back to base. The zombie population is too damn high. I'm guessing it's about 1.5 times higher than it was just a month ago. I'm hoping it doesn't keep increasing, but I'm not holding my breath. After grabbing a bite, I head to bed, looking forward to repairing the house tomorrow. As I descend the stairs, I hear groans coming from outside. I brace myself for battle. This lone zombie pounded on the gate all night until it finally broke, but seemed to forget what it was doing until it spotted me again. I start a new pile, repair the gate, and gather more timber. It seems I'm carving out quite a nice clearing in the forest for myself. After cutting the planks needed for constructing crates, I clear space in the garage for my new storage solution.
I craft a few crates to begin with, assigning colors to them for easy organization. Next, I plaster and paint the walls before assembling the remaining crates and transferring my loot into them. Centralizing everything will save me a lot of time in the long run. With a plan in mind for the old garage, I get to work preparing. I tear everything down and start building from scratch, beginning with the glass walls followed by the glass roof. Its new purpose will be a greenhouse. I briefly consider leaving the basketball hoop, but we both know how that would end. I'll be able to cultivate some water-sensitive plants here, like carrots and strawberries.
I restored the floor outside, making a path of my own. At the end of the day, I started repairing the damage to the car from my last trip and built a set of armor for the glass parts to fortify that weak point, inspired by an episode of Z Squad. After putting up a roof rack, I call it a day. Once I've repaired everything I can to a decent state, I work on my living room to restore it to its pre-fire condition. Yeah, I'm happy with this. After all of this, my main concern is improving protection by patching up my clothes with leather to save me from a bite. It won't prevent me from getting dragged down by a mob of zombies, but it could help against the odd one that catches me by surprise. Up to now, all I know is that I'm immune to the airborne strain and getting scratched. I don't want to find out if saliva will make me turn, so it's time to start working on my tailoring. Somehow, sitting outside working on this just reminds me of how my mother used to do it herself back when she was alive. As painful as it was going through her passing away, I can't help but think that it was better than being chased and eventually caught by one of them. And worse, having to face her as a zombie. Ugh, intrusive thoughts are winning here. As it rains, I use the garage for tailoring instead of indoors. It would bore me to do it inside. When I tire of standing, I read a book. Maybe I should get a couch in there? Nah, my man cave is cozy enough for reading. I'm finally skilled enough to repair the hole in the stomach of the vest. Together with the bracers, I feel protected, but there are still too many areas vulnerable to bites. Running low on cloth and thread, I go out to get more. I park outside the town to clear the motorway a bit, gathering them all into an easy-to-reach pile. And my point is proven. The problem is not the mods I'm aware of, but the one sneaky fucker that catches me off guard while I daydream. It's my bad, as I selected a spot to pile them up with the blind spot. But the bracer did give its life to save me. Well, I sacrificed it by jamming my arm into its mouth. I appreciate your brave sacrifice. I pick up all of it and make my way back home. I repeat the process, and as I run out of thread and cloth, I keep going back out to pick up more to replenish my stock. This time checking the generator condition so I don't have an explosion on my hands ever again. I run out of cloth again, and I go out to pick up more on the residential area. The number of sprinters around nowadays is scary. I'd guess about 40% of the zombies now are sprinters. And apart from the ones that I crippled by running them over, I haven't seen a crawler in weeks. I wonder if the number of sprinters will keep increasing, or will they burn out their source of energy first? I guess they spend most of their time looking at the floor, waiting for something to stimulate the reaction out of them, so it might take a while, as I'm sure they keep finding new prey to feed upon as their numbers keep growing. Can I even survive long enough to outlive them? Well, while I was lost in thought looting, I find another generator, which I immediately bring back home as it is quite late anyway. They seem to be getting shorter now. After putting the loot away, I go to sleep, ready to continue tailoring. I feel so close to perfection that I can't stop now, even though my fingers are sore from all the poking. I get good, and I start patching all my clothes. I put patches on the inside to avoid looking raggedy. Looks are still important. I don't want to look like a beggar if I meet the last woman on Earth or something. I achieve the best protection the weather allows without breaking a sweat. It's challenging to find the right balance. I'll be best protected during winter times and the least during summer. I need to keep looking for cooler clothes for summertime that still provide sufficient protection. Finally, I'm ready to go. I'm fit and strong, have knowledge about how things work. Even in trouble, I should be able to magic my way out of things with crafting. I am self-sustainable at last. Fuck. I'm running out of food. You dummy. Because I found so much food in the supermarket, I completely forgot about it. I still have enough to carry on for a while, but by farming and using traps for meat, I should be able to sustain myself indefinitely. I'll start by plowing my back garden for now. And I need more metal for whatever I decide to build in the future. Food first. All I need is to plant the stuff I found so far and keep the water levels right. I plant all the tree samplings outside. I think it will look good there in the back. And some cabbages here, get it water and... Oh, of course! I need more water. But first I'll read books. This morning took it out of me. Planting all those seeds wasn't as easy as I thought. Hopefully, it rains to save me the time to water them. I spend my day chopping logs and sawing them, and by the end of the day, I'm able to build the barrels I wanted yesterday. This should be enough for the crops, and a nice backup just in case. Then, it's a matter of grabbing some dirt from next door to start up my greenhouse. These plants will be diseased if watered too much, so I'll keep them here where I can control the amount of water they take. I'm running low on metal after all the repairs, building, and crafting. So I decide to start with the truck I nearly crashed into one too many times. The truck is trashed. Nothing I can do with it except wasting a lot of metal to repair it. But then it hit me. This is flammable. Can I use it to store gas? Unsure if my car will be able to drag it to the gas station, I try it anyway. And look at it go! Damn, Beetle, you strong! It's pulling it as if it was nothing. Seems my engine repairs did miracles for this little guy. But being late and the fact the truck is a mess, I decide to leave that for tomorrow. Scrap another car I already scrapped for parts, and use the rest of it to repair the storage of the truck. After trying a few different angles, I finally managed to start fueling this bad boy. Not that it makes any difference in terms of how much fuel I use, but it saves me time in the long run coming here. It's all fun and games until you flip a truck. I park it next door and make my way up to the motorway to start scrapping some cars along it for scrap. While checking the police car, I remember to check its radio. It has the automated emergency broadcast system frequency on it. I didn't even know such a thing existed. Not having high hopes of it working, I set it up in my car anyway. It does say automated, so let's see what it does. Silence. That's to be expected. I'll keep driving while listening to it. Maybe I just caught it at the wrong time, like those number radio channels people talk about. Look at that, it's alive! It appears there was warnings about the power blackout and some weather information. Nice, that comes in handy. And it seems there's a storm coming in 5 days. And then I found a motherload of metal. An intersection that shows the results of the panic and rioting of the initial days of the infection. Probably someone crashed, and after a lot of confusion and anger, it looks like someone threw a Molotov and burned some of the cars down. I start scrapping them. All these materials are going to be useful to repair my cars from here on out. Clearing the way to Muldrow first. That's probably the fastest way for me to get to Louisville. After clearing this lane, I pick up my prizes and head back home to stash them. Then I return for more, because those crits aren't going to fill themselves. After putting the loot away, I start tinkering with the TV as I need a little bit more practice for a quality of life upgrade. Together with the metal I collected, all I need is radio components, and I got myself an automated gate. Now that's a time saver. I scrap a few more cars and dispatch the zombies that were attracted by the noise. Picking up my spoils, I move up to check out the north side, and spotting a police officer with a big gun on his back, I decide to stop to check it out. And it's a SPAS 12. Amazing luck. I could be blind and still hit something with this. Picking it up, I continue north to check if there's any more goodies around. Turning the corner, I spot the same car model that I used to have. Nice. I wonder if I can find the key around here somewhere, as it's locked. I find the key for the Jeep, but not for the car I like. I checked the cinema, but besides a lot of magazines, I didn't find the key. Oh well, I'll just hotwire it then. It will be nice to have the key though. Returning to it, I uninstall its window to unlock it and tow it back home. I leave it outside for the night, as I need to make space for it in the garage. I start by uninstalling everything, repairing it and cleaning each part before installing it again. Then do a bit more of metal wielding to refine my skills, as they are still not quite up to par. I don't want to be out there wearing a metal helmet on my face. So I stay inside my garage working on the metal I have. As I go to the garage this morning, I have an unexpected visitor. A zombie was attracted to my gate by the storm and broke it. I take care of that, repair the gate, and move on to turn my new car into a tank. I get up and notice my cabbages are ready. I pick up a couple of patches of them and take my car to its inauguration trip by placing a bunch of traps using the cabbages as bait. The clearing is now actually perfect for this, and with minimal risk of encountering zombies, but a few of them still come by to say hi every now and then. Arriving home, I realize it's the 100th day since the apocalypse started, and I'm still alive! And I have just reached self-sustainability. Couldn't have happened better than this. I take the day off and decide to make some cake. But I never learned to do the batter. The magazine burned down in the fire. So I make the next best thing. Pancakes! With fruit and chocolate chips. I would have put jam, but due to the turn-in weather and not having any, I'm okay with this. I dress for the occasion and celebrate the fact that I'm alive after all of this. I'm in a cozy house that I've made my own, with no end in sight for any lack of basic needs. Plenty of water, renewable food, enough fuel for a lifetime as I am the last human in the county, and I have decent skills to get by in the zombie apocalypse. Still alone, but I'm hoping people will eventually emerge. I can't be the last human in the world, even though I feel lonely. I finish my pancakes and drink bourbon. Not too much, but enough to get me tipsy and out the door. Not being able to stay put after realizing my situation, I go to Greg's grave and talk with him for a little bit, for old time's sake. And afterwards, I move on to Oliver's final resting place. After making my way clear, I am left astonished. There's a little cairn there, with a note beneath it. I pick it up and read. What? When? How? Maria was here? I rushed to the intersection, hoping I could see any marks, any side of her. Tire tracks, anything at all. But all I found was more zombies. After a closer look, not even the tire marks I've been leaving are here. All washed away by the recent storms. I go home, pondering how I could have missed her, or how she could have missed me. I sit down, processing what just happened. How could this have happened? What is she still doing in Kentucky? After a deep breath, coming to the realization that it doesn't matter. She is alive. And that's all that matters. I don't know what happened to her, but the longest she is alive, I can still find her, somehow. I'll look one last time through the window before heading to sleep, happily knowing I'm not alone here, and I just need to start searching for her. I start the day by taking care of my farming plots. Knowing that Maria is alive and out there is good, but I still need to keep doing my daily duties and learning new skills. After lunch, I start reading books on aiming. My axe has carried me far, but the sprinters are starting to overwhelm me with numbers, so I'll need to start using the shotgun I found to keep them at bay. Together with the aiming skill, I'll also need reloading, so that's the next skill I focus on. After shaving, I begin inspecting the spots 12 I found earlier for any issues, based on what I've read in the books. I upgraded with whatever attachments I have, namely a silencer, shell holder, and improved iron sights. I do the same for the G17, knowing that there will come a time where I find myself in a tight spot and need to reload the shells. And then go to town with this setup to give it a whirl. So far, so good. But I'd better get out of the car with my shotgun in hand to avoid having to run away immediately. I still have a few items I would like to find, mostly magazines and long johns, as winter will come and I would rather be nice and warm outside. So my search for the item starts by going door to door like a desperate salesman, all the while honing my aiming skills and reloading. Taking advantage of the low population of rosewood that I've been thinning out for the past 3 months. Getting spooked along the way as my aiming skills truly show how bad I am at shooting moving targets, often missing point-blank shots. I set up some traps as I'm running low on fresh meat, and continue my shooting training while looting the town. Returning to my old place, I gather anything I would like to take back to my new home. Finally realizing that not only that I have the light switch magazine on the shelf upstairs, but I already read the manual before this whole thing started. Surviving in this new world has taken its toll on my mind. At this point, I can rest assured that if I tried to fight a big horde, I would die fast, as I can't even hit a standing target. As I make my way to the car to head back home, I spot the grave that was previously hidden by the trees when I first arrived. Just like Oliver's grave, there's a cairn and a note on top of it. I can only assume this grave was made for Liam's body, given its position. After reading the note, I'm left with so many questions. Why would Maria assume Liam was me? I understand that by the time she buried them, the decomposition state of the body would make it hard to identify. Is this why she came to Rosewood? To put us to rest? Didn't she think it was weird somebody buried Oliver? And is she infected? Wouldn't she be immune as well, or has she been bitten? Where is she? I keep finding breadcrumbs, but no definite path to take. As it gets colder, the first signs of snow show up, and the trees are looking pretty as well. I hope Maria will be able to see this one day. I harvest my first batch of carrots. This will make it easier to trap rabbits. Although, I don't have that much space for all this produce. I'll have to find a bigger fridge for this. I go and check my traps for rabbits, and it looks like I got something in 4 of them. Thankfully I caught a rabbit, but in 3 of them, instead of rabbits, I found kittens. Poor little things must have been starving and got caught in the traps, explaining why so many traps just come out empty. I decide to become a crazy cat lady and adopt them all. I leave 2 of them at home doing cat things, and make a little pocket on my clothes to carry the lighter one, as it looks like it needs some special attention being so small. This company will fend off some of the boredom and loneliness I feel as well. I spend the rest of this rainy day reading about farming. As the days get colder, I force myself to sleep with more clothes. I wish I could be more comfortable, but this will have to do for now. I kinda broke the electrical switch while I remodeled the bedroom. And knowing how to do electrical switches, all I need now is the experience with it. I tinker with the TV to get the experience needed, but fall short, as there is only so much I can learn from it, and then read the book for the appropriate skill level that I'm currently on. I start my day by checking the trees. I must admit, they make me happier than I expected, especially now that they are blooming. Afterward, I check the town for more loot. I can't stress enough how much I want to find some long johns to sleep in at night. That together with some heating would make for a much more comfortable sleep. I search through most of the houses down south and clear out most of the zombies. However, one of them catches me off guard, which makes me glad I invested so much time in tailoring. It happened too quickly for me to notice. Yet again, I come home empty-handed. I spend the day cooking and reading the next books on naming and reloading. I finish checking the last few houses and make my way to the northern side of Rosewood. On the way there, I notice a trailer in pretty rough shape. It's the only trailer I've found so far, so I decide to add it to my to-do list, even though it's too big for my car. I start exploring the houses and come across a computer that might help me expand my electrical skills, along with a dumbbell and a fitness contraption. Next door, I find a fridge, so I grab that bad boy since I need one. I grab the loot I found and come back home, noticing I am being followed. Not wanting my gate to be destroyed again, I take the fight to my neighbor's yard, feeling fortunate that sidewalks are natural enemies to sprinters, missing my first shot and nearly getting bit, but managing to hit it eventually. I place down the things I found so I can work on them later. I'm disappointed with the computer I brought in because it's full of proprietary hardware, and I can't tinker with it, since the unit is built in a company-specific way, making it a prime candidate for my dumpster. And then a few more bits and bobs to make the place feel homey, and get a well-earned rest while reading my last book on how to be nimble. Today is a simple day for me. I'm going to retrieve my recently acquired gas cans and fill them all up, followed by sorting out the rest of my loot. As a storm hits, I decide to stay at home. I've never been scared of storms, going out whenever I wanted, but nowadays, with the added danger of zombies, I simply prefer to stay in. I couldn't quite make out what the radio was saying, but I believe this storm will be over by tomorrow. As such, I decide to stay at home and read the last book on maintenance, along with all the magazines I still haven't read, and the VHSs that can teach me something. Despite the heavy rain, I harvest my fresh produce and put as much of it as I can into the fridge for later. It's so satisfying to be able to enjoy fresh fruit like this. It's amazing how the things you once took for granted can bring you so much happiness during times of scarcity. I return to town in search of tires to get that big trailer in decent enough condition to move. I find the van and decide to take its tires, thinking I can convert them for use on the trailer. However, upon returning home, I discovered that they are not the correct type of tires I need. Disappointed but not giving up, I construct a tire rack and store the tires there in case they are needed in the future. I resume my search for a larger truck, eventually finding one and retrieving its tires instead. After repairing them, I ate a couple of bananas and then head to bed. The next day, I grabbed the tires and attached them to the trailer, bringing it back to base for a more thorough repair. Then I grabbed my shotgun and take it for a test drive. With the slippery road and the trailer half as heavy as my car, things don't look promising. As the intersection into Rosewood is overrun by zombies, I decide to take action, knowing it will only become worse over time. Seeing all the sprinters run towards me makes my knees tremble, but the shotgun takes care of most of them. I nearly panic when I have to reload, but I remember to grab the handgun to finish the job. This is good practice for later, I'm sure. As time goes on, I need to make better and faster decisions in this. It looks like more than half of the zombies are now sprinters. I'd be lying if I said I'm confident I can survive this. I've created such a cozy place to live that I often forget how dangerous things are out here. Having cleared the intersection, I come back home and park the trailer as it isn't fit for purpose. Maybe if I get a truck, but then I'll worry about not having the horsepower to get me out of tricky situations. I park the trailer next door and settle down for the night. I read another aiming book and I'm slowly getting better at this. However, I'd say I'm only about halfway there, as I still need targets to be relatively close in order to land a good shot with the handgun. I finished the day by repairing the damage the trailer did the previous day. After that, as I head up to my man cave, I notice wall vines starting to creep up, obstructing my view outside. It's time to clear them out. That's better. I start reading a book on farming before going to sleep. Despite the fog, I decide to explore the last few houses in Rosewood. The number of sprinters is truly intimidating now. As I arrive at the houses, I prepare myself to confront the horde trailing me. Thankfully, the silencers I found should help keep me quiet. Upon inspection, I find all the doors and windows locked shut. This house must be alarmed, I think to myself. Despite this, my greed gets the better of me, and I break a window to satisfy my greed for loot. So much for being quiet, all because I couldn't resist the temptation of some cozy jammies. A zombie came too close to me from behind, but my jacket took the hit. Another two nearly got to me with surprise attacks, but in the end, I'm left unharmed, shaking from the adrenaline flowing through my veins as I begin my looting spree. But besides food and some more guns and ammo, I didn't find the elusive long johns. So I grabbed whatever decorations I could together with more food. As I do, I dispatch the remaining zombies in the vicinity. It's almost comical how they stumble about, forgetting their purpose as they were drawn to the alarm. Feeling like I have reached peak nimble agility while exploring the last house, I grab the last bits of loot I find and head back home. Now seeing the amount of damage I inflicted on the zombie population around this neighborhood as I make my way out, can't shake the feeling that this wasn't right, despite it being my only choice to survive. I sort out my loot before going to sleep, getting ready to explore somewhere else tomorrow. In the morning, I tend to my plans before hopping into the car. Today's mission? Riverside, in search of those elusive long johns. With plenty of houses to search and a variety of shops, including clothing stores, I'm hopeful I'll find what I need. Navigating through the hordes, I'm determined to keep my car intact. By the time I reach Riverside, dusk casts a shadow over the town. After a brief search, I find refuge in the gated house, prioritizing safety in these challenging times. Once indoors, I hastily scan the premises before succumbing to sleep. Days blur together as I scavenge house after house, hoping to uncover the long johns. My routine is simple: loot, stash, move on, and repeat until exhaustion claims me. It's a relentless cycle, but necessary to secure East Riverside. Despite my efforts, the long johns remain elusive. With a heavy heart, I turn my attention to downtown, bracing myself for whatever challenges lie ahead. The biting cold greets me as I step outside, each snowflake a reminder of the harsh winter. The frigid air seems to seep into my bones with every gust of wind, chilling me to the core. I press on, my breath turning to mist in the frozen atmosphere, a constant reminder of the dangers that surround me. With a cold sweat dripping down my face, I press on towards the town center, preparing myself for whatever comes next. I navigate down a quiet side street, dodging the undead horde as I meticulously clear the area. With each fallen zombie, the dawn's light reveals the grim reality of the situation, urging me to move on swiftly. The bookstore is packed with books, but I already have copies of all of them. Next, I peek into a toy store, hoping to find some collectibles to make my place feel cozier. Scored a couple of those adorable Spiffos plushies. Heading to the office next door, I stumble upon a computer that seems suitable for owning my electric skills. In the next store, I find the place swarmed with zombies. After dispatching them, I discover it's another toy store where I can snag some more collectibles. I clear a path to a closed store in the hope of finding what brought me here in the first place. But nope, the darn long johns are playing hard to get. I make my way to the next clothes shop, pushing through zombies as I go. In the first store, I spot a useful hockey helmet. Finally, in the next one, I find the long johns I've been hunting for. Well, half of them at least. That's a win in my book. As the sun reaches its peak at 2 o'clock, I sense a faint warmth seeping through the clouds. Clearing the vicinity of the VHS store, I prepare to raid it for some much-needed entertainment, preserving it for the future. As fresh TV content becomes scarce, every find becomes a precious commodity. Afterwards, I take a look around town looking for a trailer I can use, or any signs of survivors in the area. Stopping to check the locations out, only to encounter more decaying zombies at every turn. This place feels like a death trap with so many zombies inside the house. Feeling my eyes grow heavy and fatigue setting in, I push through fueled by adrenaline. Making one last sweep of the streets I haven't yet checked, I head back to the gated area. It's time for a well-deserved rest after a day of relentless zombie shooting. Heading back to the houses, I check them out, reflecting on how this whole endeavor felt like a high-risk, low-reward situation. The numerous close calls and the looming sense of impending doom in the last few days outweighed any potential comfort the pajama bottoms could offer. Alas, what's done is done. I have to plan things better from here on out. Eagerly returning to Rosewood, I tend to my crops, harvesting what's ready, watering them, and spending the day organizing the new loot.
After all these tiring days, I finally take the time to wash myself clean. Resting for the next couple of days, I immerse myself in further reading about aiming and reloading, drawing from the ample experience gained during my time in Riverside. Following that, it's a matter of gaining some electrical experience to get the lights on in the bedroom, and taking care of the heating upstairs. After crafting the light switches, I realize I'm running out of electrical wire, so I need to keep my eyes open for more. Feeling pleased with my new lighting system, I spend the rest of the day reading a book on farming. And as I head to bed, relieved to finally spare my toes from the bed's corner, I make sure to turn off the light before falling asleep. The next day, as the snow starts to fall more consistently, I make sure to bundle up in warmer clothes. I opt for the heavy insulated police helmet and some skinny leather trousers I found in Riverside. They don't look great on me, but I'll give it a shot. Start by cleaning my shotgun, removing all the gun kit gathered during my last trip, and repairing any damage. Additionally, I reinforced the new trousers for added protection. While the lower parts of my body aren't as well protected as I'd like, with the absence of crawlers, I'll hope for the best, as my groin is not fully protected. I go for a quick test run of my new equipment, and oh boy, am I glad I did before I embark on any other adventures. These pants are terrible. My balls are literally cooking in there, and my legs are itchy as fuck, besides the fact they looked ugly. I can compromise looks to a certain extent, but nope, this is a terrible idea. I come back home and immediately switch them off for something more comfortable. Oof, that's so much better. And despite the cold, the helmet is too warm together with the rest of my gear, so I'll be wearing the hockey helmet for now. As the day ends, I read the last book on aiming. I start the day by grabbing all the juicy, tasty new produce I have. My goodness, I'm going to get through this without needing to take vitamin supplements. Blessed. And then it was time to get the car repaired for all the damage it suffered. Poor little guy hung in there really well. At the end of the day, I read a trapping book, and I'll be able to build my own trap boxes for small animals. After finishing the book, I head downstairs to check on the trees. The weather looks decent too. Well, cold, but at least it's not wet. And wouldn't you know it, I jinxed it. I decide to stay in, reading a strength book in the man cave. With the bedroom light on, I read about fitness before I turn in for the night. After finishing the fitness book, I make sure to check on the generators for maintenance. Can't afford to forget like I did before. Since the weather isn't cooperating, I just keep on reading. Nothing else I can do, but I figure bad weather will start being a constant from here on out. So I prepare a poncho to go out in rainy days like this. I get a haircut, gear up, and listen to the weather prediction while I do a last minute check on the car. And just like that, now that I'm ready for rain, it's not raining. I get changed and move out. As the days grow darker, I'm thinking about adding some lights to my backyard. Plus, I really need an AC unit to keep me warm at night in the bedroom. So I head up to Doe Valley again and search for it. Still haven't checked out the tool shop there, so I might be able to find something. I find more tools and crafting materials, along with a couple of floodlights. Then I do a run around town looking for an AC unit, but unfortunately I didn't get my hands on one. So I return home again feeling half empty-handed. I set up the lights, now noticing the overgrown grass all over the place much better. I'll leave it for future me to worry about. I spend most of my day repairing the car to a near brand new state and the rest of the day reading about first aid. You never know, maybe bandaging myself faster might actually help me survive one of these days. I sure have already bandaged myself a lot. Past me left this task for me to do, so today's the day. I found a brand new wood axe for the job. Surprisingly, the trees weren't even the issue. It was the sheer amount of grass all over the place. It's not much, but it's honest work, and it looks damn fine now. Picking up some oranges, I get my dose of vitamin C, a nice change from the lemons, to be honest. Not that I've been eating them, but using them in stir fries. As I start the oranges, I notice I'm running low on meat, so I go and place a few more traps for bunnies. Clearing up the place of twigs and wood for the oven, which will keep me warm. I settle down to watch TV in my cozy living room. I start by checking the traps, and it looks like half of them caught something. That's quite a lot of meat for a while. I pick up the traps to use on a later date. The garden is looking really nice now, especially with all the blooming trees. While I wait for the radio weather report, I read the book. It looks like it will be cold, but no snow or rain. So I guess I'm safe to go out exploring. I head back to the warehouses as I'm sure I saw a few AC units in there before. I grab a couple of them and head back home. Oh, well, that's awkward. I kind of forgot I need to be on the outside to install this. I mean, I can install it like this, but that's not ideal. Plus, I'll need access to it in order to turn it on and control its temperature. I guess I'll have to do more remodeling. As it's late, I'll read a book on sprinting. Today, I start by collecting wood for my new renovation project. I need an extension in order to install the AC unit and be able to control its temperature without risking falling over and injuring myself. I move the rack out of the way, and it looks like I'll have to remove this light switch. Unfortunately, I can't replace it yet due to the lack of electric wiring, but I'll look for it later. I put up the wall to divide the bedroom, then I plaster and paint the walls, getting everything ready for tomorrow's building work. After building the balcony, I place the AC unit and install rails to prevent any accidents. Then I add a few pillars on the ground level for support. After a long day of work, I finally reap the rewards of my labor. All of this effort pays off in the form of comfortable sleep. I slip into my long johns and enjoy a balmy 21 degrees Celsius as I drift off to sleep. Having heard that gunshot, together with seeing the snow, it somehow reminded me there is an army depot not too far away from here. That should have plenty of army weapons and clothes for the winter. So that is my mission for today. As I get closer, it hits me how risky this spot is. Sprinters are swarming all around. I swiftly get out of the car and do my best to handle the first wave of them. But as I need to reload and realize I'm being surrounded, I bolt to create some space, aiming to tackle them from just one direction. I slowly make my way back into the depot, each shot feeling like a heavier recoil than the last. Night falls, and by the time I reach the safety of the depot, exhaustion washes over me like a wave. I grab one of the tents and drag my feet to the back storage room, eager for sleep. I begin clearing out the place of all the items I need. Shotgun shells, 5.56 rounds, silencers, weapon parts, bag upgrades, and finally, some long johns.
I also find a winter hat and a set of warmer and colder weather clothes, including another pair of long johns. It makes me feel like the journey to Riverside was just a waste of time. I didn't manage to find a decent rifle here, but the loot was more than worth it. After clearing out everything I wanted, I make my way home, soaring through all the loot and finally satisfying my craving for those long johns by slipping into them for a well-deserved sleep. I spend my day picking out new clothes more suitable for the weather, tailoring them to suit my needs, cooking and harvesting my crops. Then I read the last book on farming and check the car for damage in preparation for my next trip. As for my next trip, I have no settled destination yet. I want to explore more, while focusing on finding more about the virus, but haven't had any luck in the areas and houses I've looked in so far, aside from that burned up note in the doctor's office. Maybe I should target military areas first? They seem to be involved in the cover-up. I'll take a look at my annotated maps for the Marsh Ridge area, as it is a small gated military town. Hold up, how long have I had this map? Survivors? Christ, how did I overlook this? I could have been with people all this time? But wait, what if it is a trap? What if it is inhabited by cannibals or some such horror? I got to be careful. I'll write down any other points of interest on the map, just in case this is another dead end. That nearby school is where Maria worked. If there's a place that might hold a clue about where she is, that'd be it. I start prepping to go there for a few days. Today, I check the generators, into the plants, and load the car with extra ammo. The weather seems clear enough, so I'll risk it and head out today. I get ready, refuel the car, and make my way to Marsh Ridge. As I drive into town, the place looks beyond saving. If there are survivors here, they must be struggling big time to face these hordes, because the town seems untouched, much like Riverside did. I tried to park my car next to the building, but instead of driving a little to test the waters, I just hop out. Overconfidence is a slow but insidious killer, I thought to myself as I ran desperately away from the sprinters. Turning around to shoot whenever I could. Caught between two hordes, I turn to face my pursuers and almost get bitten for it. Regaining my composure, I confront them on my own terms and make my way towards the road. That's when I slip up, and an alarm goes off. Pop! I step back, pressing against the wall, waiting for any stragglers that might find me in their rush towards the alarm. Then I cautiously advance against the concentrated horde. There must be 100 zombies between me and the apartment building. I start slow and steady, piling up the streets with so many of them, feeling sick from the nauseating smell. Gradually, I push forward as night falls, clearing the area around the building.
It feels like this building is going to be my death sentence, with no one coming out to help me. It must be infested itself. As I force open the doors, a sliver of hope remains. There is no one on the ground floor, but there are no zombies neither. After thinking about it, they would barricade themselves on the top floors. But as I arrive on the third floor, all hope is lost. For some odd reason, there are no zombies or people around. What happened here? This is the first building I found that is completely empty. I go to sleep pondering how something like this could happen. I spend the rest of the day exploring the apartments, searching for loot and any clues about what happened. This place is stocked with loot, like they were gearing up for war. Ammo, crafting materials, M16s, an M60, several katanas and machetes. I didn't grab most of them, as they'd probably get me killed against sprinters, and there's enough food here to last a lifetime. But there are no clues as to where all these people who brought in these items are, or what happened to them. It doesn't look like they turned, as the apartments are eerily empty. I store everything I want in the car, leaving plenty behind. Maybe I'll come back to make this place a base, as it seems I could live here for months without struggling. Making my way to the school, I immediately notice a group of zombies at the door. Why? Is someone inside? Looking around the school, I find what you'd expect. Some stationary items, but eerily, no dossiers or staff paperwork. Even weirder, every single locker in the school is empty. No toys, books, pens, nothing. What happened in this town? All I found inside were a couple of zombies that looked like they were teachers before. Could the children have been evacuated before the virus struck, leaving behind the teachers? Maybe as the military were informed of this situation, it enabled them to take their kids to safety, but left everyone else behind. Perhaps they fortified themselves in the apartments and moved somewhere else when they started feeling overwhelmed. But where would they go, leaving so much behind? I take a look at the community center for any literature I'm still missing, though I have to clear the hordes that came for me in the meantime, taking me most of the day to do it safely. In the end, it's worth it, as I managed to find a compilation with all the books necessary to make car parts. And since it's late, I decide to spend one more night at the apartments, reading all the new books before going to sleep. In the morning, I decide to take one last tour around March Ridge before I leave. Not only to check for any signs of survivors, but also to find a usable trailer. I try to pass through every street once to check it out, even taking shortcuts through paths I wasn't sure my car could handle. And bingo, that's exactly what I needed. Something my car can pull easily. The trailer itself looks to be in good enough condition for me to drive out of here, so I make my way back to Rosewood. I get a little more comfortable and start organizing my loot. The car was full to the brink, so it takes me all day to get it started. As a reward, I do a light switch since I found so much electric wiring in the apartments, bringing new light to my corridor. And finally have a good night's sleep after all that has happened in the last few days. I spent the whole day in the garage, tinkering away at the trailer and car. Took them apart, piece by piece, made sure every bolt was tight and every wire was right. By the time I put them back together, they were like new. Got lost in the rhythm of it all. Just me and the smell of oil hanging heavy in the air. It's a good feeling, taking charge of something, even if it's just machines. But in a world where everything's falling apart, making sure these wheels keep turning feels like a small victory. After that, I move on to some weapon upgrades. I've got this M16 rifle I found earlier, so I slap on a silencer, a sling, and some better sights. Then it's just a matter of cranking out a bunch of bullets for it. By the end of the day, I give it a test run to make sure everything's working just right. It snowed all night, but as the temperature rises a bit, the rain washes it all away. I update my map before planning my next journey. Since big cities seem to have been cleared out of clues, I turn my attention back to Doe Valley. It's rural enough that I might be able to find something in the doctor's office there. I'm running out of ideas for where else to look for clues. The route to Doe Valley is getting tougher, with more trees crowding around the area near Blackwood. I've been steering clear of it since it's heavily quarantined. Clearing a path through there would take days of work and pose a huge risk. I'll leave that problem for future me to deal with when the time comes. I also stop frequently to clear the roads a bit, using the opportunity to get used to my new weapon. I secure an area around the house as best as I can and take a moment to read a magazine, relieving some pressure before settling down to sleep. It seems winter has officially started, with piles of snow all over the place. Fortunately, I'm prepared for winter now and can keep on going. I make my way into the doctor's office. The front door has been broken, probably a zombie trying to get out. I search the place thoroughly for notes or reports. Among the finds are some bandages, and while rifling through a file cabinet, I discover plenty of untouched medical reports, even from the week when the virus broke out. I sift through them until I locate what looks like the first occurrence of the virus in Doe Valley. It detailed the case of a man named Michael Harris, who presented with high fevers and altered mental status. What caught my attention were the peculiar symptoms described: rapid cognitive decline, confusion, and signs of agitation. The report mentioned various diagnostic possibilities, including viral encephalitis and bacterial meningitis. But what stood out was the mention of samples being sent to the FRG for further analysis. This got me thinking, who are these FRG and where are they located? Unfortunately, communication with the CDC was unavailable at the time due to technical difficulties, leaving many questions unanswered. The prognosis for the patient remained guarded, highlighting the uncertainty and urgency surrounding the situation. This discovery sheds light on the early days of the virus outbreak, offering a glimpse into the challenges faced by medical professionals during those turbulent times, and giving me a clue to where the samples were sent. It's dated June 2nd, which means they had plenty of time to warn people, whoever they are, raising my suspicion of their involvement, as no one ever mentioned them in the news. Could the FRG hold answers to the virus origins? They seem to hold authority in the region for biosamples. I need to find out who they are and where they are located. It's silly, but after all the times that I've come here, I never thought to stop at the clinic to check it out. Kinda feel dumb now. I wonder how many other places I might have shrugged off looking into that could have clues. I checked the rest of the town, and I found a car with parts I'm missing. After snatching them for myself, I head back home. I start repairs when I get home, pondering over what I've learned and racking my brain for options on how to find FRG. Once the repairs are done, I find myself staring at my map, searching for ideas. Then, suddenly, it hits me. What about the other clinics that were set up as temporary measures in Rosewood to handle the infection? I drop the trailer and make my way to the nearest clinic. After clearing the area, it's nighttime and I approach it carefully. But all I found was military supplies. Moving on to the next, I'm faced with the same items. What else can I do? I remember the travel agency where they keep maps and plenty of phone books. If FRG is someone who deals with biosamples instead of CDC, they should be a registered company. It's worth a shot. I do a quick sweep of the place, and as I look closely at one of the desks, I spot the phone book. Bingo! FRG can stand for Finnegan Research Group, and from its area code, they seem to be somewhere in Louisville. It's a big city, with a lot of places to sift through. I'd have to spend some serious time there to make any progress. Restarting from scratch means leaving my cozy base behind, and that sucks so much, right when it's become so comfy. But I need to know. I can't just leave it as it is. I pick out a spot that looks promising. It's not smack dab in the center of town. Instead, it's a forested area with a lake nearby and a gas station just at the end of the street. I come back home and start preparing for the trip, or rather, a new start. I gather all the weapons I deem necessary, along with plenty of ammo and some melee weapons, just in case, and start loading the trailer. Next, I collect all types of tools that I might need to start up a base, along with some extras in case any break and I don't have the means to repair them yet. I also pack a variety of crafting materials, seeds and seedlings for self-sustainability, as well as all year-round clothing and some books I still have to read. And finally, I add some decorations to liven up the new place once I'm settled, along with a couple of generators to get me started. I'm not going to risk leaving them on unattended. All that's left is to collect enough stones to start a new furnace when I get to Louisville. Afterwards, I enjoy one last night in this house that has protected me from the horrors outside so well for the past few months. I can't help but feel a bit of apprehension, wondering if this is the right thing to do, and whether or not I should stay until the end of winter. In the morning, not letting my initial resolve go to waste, I attach my trailer to the car and start driving to Louisville. The car feels sluggish, bearing nearly double the weight it's accustomed to. Passing through Muldrow, I witnessed the incredible damage my late workplace town endured, and how the increased population affected the area. West Point is even worse, ranking as the third most populated area after Louisville and Raven Creek. It forces me to stop and perform some quick repairs on the car. If it's this bad here, I can't imagine what Louisville will be like. But I won't have to wonder. I'll be seeing it with my own eyes later tonight. As I get close to the city, I come across my first blockade. I immediately get out of the car, ready to defend myself, panicking as I feel surrounded. I run to the forest, trying to find a moment to grab my pistol.
I nearly get caught in the process, forcing me to run deeper into the unknown to find enough time to strike back. I slowly make my way back, ensuring my surroundings are clear, and carefully clear the blockade. Not wanting a repetition of what happened before, I get out of the car to cover my back. This isn't the quarantine area I kept seeing in the news with all the reporters speaking. As I reach the checkpoint that I saw on TV, I use the fact that it's a dead end to my advantage and make my way in easily, noticing the camera and stage they use to make the announcements. It feels weird seeing it like this. A place that was once so full of life, now just full of the dead remains of it. The refugee camp is desolate, and the site looks horrendous to live in. Given that the infection is airborne, it's not surprising it spread like wildfire. I make my way to the place I wanted to be, but as it's getting dark, I try to secure a place to stay for the night. I circle around the neighborhood to attract them out of the way, but I struggle with the rest as I forgot to reload my rifle. I try to escape the horde, their grasping hands clutching at my clothes. In desperation, I push myself to jump across the fence, heart pounding with panic. Then go back to ensure I have enough time to shoot safely. Eventually, I find a bed to sleep in. I finally reach the street I've been aiming for, and immediately begin clearing the area. Afterward, I make my way into the field where I plan to build my new forward base. I shout loudly to attract any unwanted visitors during my time here. After dealing with the first wave, I secure a house that is infested by zombies. I gather whatever food supplies I can find to get started in this area. With plenty of buildings around, I shouldn't have any immediate issues with food or other necessities. As night falls, I settle down to sleep, missing the cozy space I left behind. However, my focus now shifts to making a new space here. One that is just as good, if not better, than what I had before. I clear the area of zombies, grab my axe, and start chopping. The morning flies by, and as I start to get hungry, I set up camp nearby. Without electricity, a fire is the best way to keep myself warm and cook something to eat. My plan is to spend the rest of the day chopping through the trees until I reach the lake. Spreading the logs like this should make it easier to build a path from the road to my new base by the water. As the day ends, I finally reach the lake. Exhausted, I call it a day. Feeling satisfied with the progress I've made. Just as I'm about to relax, a zombie jumps out and startles me. Now paranoid, I keep a close watch on every rustle of the leaves, alert for any signs of danger. With all the fog, I'm worried about an unseen attack. But I carry on with my work. I need to get this done so I can thrive here just as I did in Rosewood. I spend my morning clearing more of the forest. After resting during lunch, I craft a crate to hold all the excess materials I've been carrying around in my bag. In the distance, I hear the typical signs of life, gunshots. I've heard them so many times up to now that I didn't bother to check yet again. When I head to drop a generator at the gas station, I'll take a look to see if I spot anything unusual. There are a lot more shots and noise than I've ever heard before. One of the perks of being in Louisville, I guess. Even in its undead state, it's still a busy city. On my way to the gas station, I pass through my first sight of people being around. A horde slain by someone besides me lies on the floor. I clear the area around the gas station and set it up for later use. Then, on my way back, I hear more gunshots. Drawn by the noise, I decide to follow and check it out. I found an actual person! I stare speechless at the first living human I've seen in the last 5 months. Eventually, we approach each other, and I ask her if she wants to join me. She replies, "Whatever you say, as long as your daughter can join too," prompting her daughter to come closer as well. After asking her to join, she simply says, "So be it." Afraid for her daughter's safety, Wendy asked me to not let anyone else join the group. I'll keep that in mind. Wendy tells me they got separated from her husband, Yu, by the horde I saw near the gas station. So I take a look around the block, searching for more survivors, and then head back to camp to prepare a meal and talk for a bit. They told me they survived by barricading themselves after hearing the news about the infected breaking through the army barricade. But as their supplies dwindled, they were forced to search for food and eventually had their home overwhelmed by zombies. They had to run away, being on the run ever since. As they made their way to the gas station today, they were ambushed, prompting Yu to use his shotgun in a panic. This attracted more sprinters, and they got separated. I put the fire out and start telling them about my plan, and that's when we hear a shotgun in the distance. We dispatch the zombies drawn to the sound before venturing into the darkness of the forest. Despite feeling unsafe, Tracy's plea to save her father propels me into action. We pause momentarily, hoping to hear more shots to guide us before pressing forward. Following the sound, we eventually come across Yu and invite him to join our group, though we must now deal with the hordes of zombies drawn to the shotgun blasts. The darkness makes it very hard to see, and my flashlight battery has run out. The zombies are mostly coming from the north since I cleared the south area for the base. We managed to survive the incoming horde, and during our discussion about our next move, Yu interrupts me to clarify that everyone calls him by his second name, Jack, except his wife. After grabbing a snack, we move to our temporary quarters to sleep. With help now, I decide to start sawing the logs while everybody pitches in to pile them up. What would take me a week to do is now being completed in a day through the power of teamwork. And it seems Tracy can handle herself quite well with a baseball bat. Huh, that's good to know. At the end of the day, we discussed our next steps, and I asked why Wendy didn't want anyone else in the group. Apparently, there are more people out there, and they're not so friendly. All they want to do is steal and kill any other survivors they come across. From her reaction, I know it's best not to ask if they've crossed paths with each other. On the next day, I brought the car over and handed some of my weapons to my new companions. A machete for Wendy, as she is still using a kitchen knife to defend herself, and the Spas 12 should be an upgrade for Jack over his double barrel. After lunch, we returned to the same duties as yesterday for the rest of the day. In the morning, I gave Jack my wood axe and let him handle the trees while I start making arrangements to build a road to the new base. I begin by demolishing the light pole that will be in the way as we go in and out of the base, building a set of stairs to reach the top part and then work on dismantling the bottom of it. With Wendy and Tracy bringing wood to me and Jack clearing the forest, we make quick progress. In just 2 days, we have most of the road done, and just a little bit more to go until we reach the lake. As we are on the last stretch of the road, we're attacked by a horde. Hearing a zombie before I saw it, I ran into it in the dark, and it took a chunk off my jacket with its jaws. After I regained my composure, I managed to throw it to the floor and shoot it. Wendy, finding herself in my stash of weapons, grabs a 9mm and starts blasting. In the end, we're all safe. Perhaps with the surrounding woods a little bit safer now, thanks to Wendy's actions, which could be seen as a silver lining. Being stubborn, I push through until the road is finished. Then I set up a couple of walls and finally, I call it a day. This will be the storage and garage area. I'm not an engineer and I have no clue what I'm doing. And instead of planning things ahead, I'm throwing things together as I go and seeing what sticks. And as this is my first building of these proportions, together with managing a team to help me, things took longer than expected as I'm getting used to my new role. At the end of the day, to ensure food lasts as long as possible, I steal a fridge and place it in what will be in the future, the kitchen. I turn on the generator to kickstart things. I start building the walls, but after having lunch, as I put the bowl away, I notice the group has piled up all the zombies in the area in one spot. I decide to strip them for cloth, tannin, and much needed leather for later use. I don't stop despite feeling queasy after standing on corpses all day long. After waking up, I keep going with the garage, stopping halfway to do a cremation service and then move the car inside the garage for the convenience of having the building materials closer. Getting the hang of how to manage the construction work made building that much faster, and after deciding on the dimensions of the bottom floor, I saw the rest of the logs until nightfall. We keep working on the bottom floor, even with the snow starting to pile up, looking forward to have a safe haven of our own making, keeping us warm at night, instead of a small house where we are sharing any sofas or couches to sleep, barely keeping us warm. By the end of the day, I start putting down the first floor flooring. I'm getting worried about the number of nails I have, so I spend some of my morning gathering some food and searching for nails as I go. Finding a generator and some metal, I go back to base and build a furnace so I can melt the metal into nails. I also build a crate for storage, and after getting some workable iron, set the envelope. I'm setting some more flooring when Jack tells me that if I'm worried about nails, he knows of a shop nearby that should have some supplies we can use. I thank him for that and keep on going, finishing the floor, covering the garage too. As we start working in the morning, a zombie attacks Tracy. I shoot it down from a distance, helping her out. She was really shaken up by it, making me think she got bit. But she was fine, just really stressed out by the intense situation. I spend most of my day working on the metal we have so far to make doorknobs in hinges and a bunch of nails with the leftover iron. I place down the doors in the dark, then start building the upstairs walls, pushing myself through the night to finish it, leaving some flooring so I can set the windows for it later on. In the morning, with some light coming through, I finally see the results of my handiwork through the night. The doors have a huge gap between them and the wall, so I have to replace them all, followed by windows upstairs. While I'm deciding where to put the staircase to the roof, we had our first visitor banging on the door. Not wanting to make a mess inside, I shove it out of the building before asking it politely to go away. I crack on with building the staircase and finishing the roof. After all of that, I'm running low on nails again, so I set out to find some more in the nearby garages. I find another generator. Seriously now, what are the odds of me finding so many generators? It seems everyone was storing them before this whole thing started. Was there a major sale and everyone bought one? Having found a few boxes and a few more materials, I returned back to base, keeping in mind the Camaro in great condition in this garage. I place all the materials in the temporary crate and get back to building. The base is starting to take shape and I'm liking the looks of it. The inside is a mess, but we'll sort it soon enough. I forgot to leave windows in the kitchen, and that the garage wall to the kitchen needed to be different. Whoops, one of the perks of playing it by ear. Then, it's a matter of setting up a few more doors and walls to make the place warmer than outside and tiling up the kitchen floor. After that, it's time to actually set up the storage, this time using military crates. They are twice as efficient as wooden crates, with the con of not being able to paint them. But I'll need fewer crates for everything, so I can finally empty the car and trailer of all the stuff I brought from Rosewood, as we'll need that cargo space for tomorrow. In the morning, I steal 3 beds, and we finally can sleep in our new base. I place the bed down in places I believe will be suitable for the bedrooms, and while I pass by Wendy, she tells me to hurry up with some walls for privacy. The apocalypse hasn't stopped her hormones from working their magic, I guess. Unfortunately for her, Jack and I had already plans for this evening, and we went out late to get some supplies from the pizza place. We start clearing the surrounding zombies as Jack attracted the hordes with the shotgun, and I kept shooting them down, taking turns reloading so we wouldn't get into trouble. But damn, Jack is an awful shot. Just like I was when I started shooting, missing point-blank shots. We eventually clear our way to the pizza place and get what we needed: tomato sauce, flour, and an oven. Back home, I start decorating, a lamp so we can see a bit better, the oven, and the table. I tidy up the place and prepare a meal for all of us to celebrate meeting each other and achieving this together. After all, tonight is Christmas. Maybe I'm just reflecting my own needs and loneliness, but even though we've only known each other for 2 weeks, I like to think of them as my new family. We've slept, eaten, and built the house together, spending nearly all our time with each other. We've built the bedroom walls, then I spent the whole day trying to figure out where was a leak in the walls, as the temperature in the upstairs hallway was the same as outside. I couldn't figure it out, so I isolated every side of the hallway to rule options out. The problem was somewhere in the central part of the hallway or the staircase. After removing some corners, the central hallway was now fixed, leaving now only the staircase. Tried removing the window, but that wasn't it. So I tried yet again to divide this in sections, and just like that, it was solved. Apparently, it was the stairs themselves that needed a wall closer to them in order to be leak-free. I put the window back up, and after some demolition work, the bedrooms are done as well. After putting down some rails, I call it a day. With the kitchen and bedrooms complete, it's time for the living room flooring, followed by the recreation room, not called a man cave anymore, as it's not just for me. And with most of my reading done, I won't need that many bookshelves anymore. And finally, the rest of the roof. Then I spend the day tidying up the place from branches and sticks and do a bug out bag just in case. I decide it's time for us to go and raid the tool shop for more supplies, namely nails, but any extra tools would be welcome, given that it's 4 of us now. I park the car like a lunatic on pain and start shooting everything, not taking into account that Jack is carrying a shotgun without a silencer, calling for every zombie in the area to eat us. Of course, as soon as things get hairy, Jack freaks out and starts running, bumping into me in the process. And then in his panic, he shoots again, not having reloaded his weapon beforehand, resulting in him being surrounded and nearly dragged down. Fortunately, I reloaded just in time to save him. As we are nearly clearing the area, he panics as a heart breaks free from one of the buildings and runs instead of covering for me as I reload. And then, after nearly getting bitten myself, I panic too and start running for the fields after him. As I jump over the fence, I take the opportunity to get rid of the pursuing horde and regroup with Jack. Now understanding how Jack was separated from his family when I met them, I decide to find silencers for everyone, as we keep calling for more sprinters than we can handle. Heck, I've done the same mistake, and I've used silencers for ages now. We grab all the tools and materials we needed, including the tool cabinet. Then we move on to the booze store to get as much alcohol as we can, heading back home afterwards. As it's New Year's Eve, I set up the table with all the booze we looted before and celebrated for a better year than the last one. It's a new year and a new me, so I sort out the inventory that I previously just dumped in the crates for later sorting. Thanks, past me. After that, I take a day off and read the book on the roof, just because I can, followed by more sawing for the rest of the day. Then, Jack and I decided to go on the hunt for more supplies after giving him a silencer. Our objective for the day is to gather more metal, nails, and furniture for the new place. On our looting, we found paint, a metric ton of metal, garbage bags, another generator, stopping by a house to grab its TV and stand, together with the bathroom set. Then we came back home to get everything into place. Now we just need some rain, and we won't risk dying when going to the woods to empty our bladders. I wake up too early in the morning. With everyone still sleeping, I go and snatch that Camaro from before myself. Having 4 seats means all of us can go out looting, bringing more stuff and having safety in numbers. I'm thinking about going to loot a warehouse for paint and plaster one of these days, and any electric wiring that we can find as we are still in the dark. Oh, and an AC or two would be cool. So I spend my day repairing the car, finishing it at nighttime, and doing the armor bits in the next morning. Then start decorating the kitchen, realizing only now I can plumb the sink without a barrel on a higher level. I decorate the kitchen and call it a day. Jack, Tracy, Wendy and I make our way into the gas station to fill up our new wheels. We test out how well we work together. We will be fine. Everyone is trying their best, even though Tracy is a bit scared of it all. Actually, Tracy is a liability. She freaks out at the sight of any zombie. On our way to the hunting supplies shop, me and Wendy try to reassure her to stick with us, as we can cover each other's back. She nods and says she will try her best. I give her some beta blockers, hoping that will help. We grab a few weapons, parts, and ammo, then make our way next door to get more food and make our way back home. And that's when my bad driving nearly got us into trouble. I crashed into a car, and it somehow managed to hinge itself in between our car and the trailer. As a zombie starts banging on the car, we get out before we get surrounded, and that's when Tracy shines, showing us she can be brave when she trusts us to have her back, taking advantage of the high range of the AK-47 with the scope she is wielding, while I try to reach for a propane torch to get us out of here. I keep on decorating the kitchen after doing a porch outside and move all food from storage to the kitchen. Wendy comes along to let me know she is grateful for all the safety provided, but now that the workload has stopped, she is getting cold. I tell her that getting clothes for everyone is on top of my to-do list. At the end of the day, I go out to grab a... I eventually get a sink, place it down and do a barrel for it. With the porch done, I also do a few crops. I asked Tracy to give me a hand, but turns out she has her own plans for how the crops should be, so I just leave her to it. The next day, we go and loot the military checkpoint for clothes and any weapons and ammo we can find. At this point, I've reached a couple of conclusions. All the zombies are now sprinters, but they stay in a slower pace state until they identify a target and then start running. Tracy's still losing her grip on things. I guess she is just that traumatized with everything that has happened. We start checking the place out, grabbing everything that will be useful, finding plenty of military gear in this place. We do a slow and thorough sweep of the place, and as dusk hits, we find ourselves checking the barracks, where besides a whole lot of zombies, we find 5.56 bullets, gear, and spotlights. After grabbing everything we wanted and could carry, we head home with a trailer full of loot deep into the night. The day after, I upgrade and change it to the new backpack I found and put the loot away, making a few new drawers for everyone's new clothes. The next day, I start doing much needed repairs on the car, and everyone has changed into warmer gear. Jack stands around for a bit, telling me we should go to the warehouses we passed by on our way to the checkpoint to look for materials. As we need paint and electrical wire, I told him we'll go there as soon as we're done emptying the trailer. As such, we go out to look for wardrobes. In one of these houses, we find a zombie that was barricaded in the bathroom. Sadly, someone must have done it when hell broke loose out of fear for their safety. After grabbing the wardrobes, we came home and set them up the next day in the morning. Put all the new clothing away and do a few more barrels. Then I spend the rest of the day cooking, getting meals ready for the rest of the week. After setting up the living room as we waited for dawn, we make our way to the warehouses area, clearing our paths of zombies and wrecked cars, as we need as much metal as possible for later on. At first, they were running away at the first sight of zombies, but after Wendy told them off about leaving her behind, we started working as a team. We get there by the end of the day due to clearing the roads. That doubled up as teamwork training, which was a good thing, because as we get there, the place is flooded with zombies. I circle around, trying to get us a chance to get out of the car safely, and we cleared the area as best we could before checking the place out. The first place we loot is Ivanov. The factory part drew my attention to it. I grabbed the clothes rack in there, a bucket of paint, a computer, and a bunch of crafting materials. Already being late, I decide we should go and look for a place to sleep nearby. And it looks like there is a small residential area that might have a small population of zombies. We get there, clear the area, and make sure the house was clear. After that, Jack and Wendy slept in one of the bedrooms, while me and Tracy slept on the guest bedroom. I offered to sleep in the couch, but Tracy said a bad night's sleep wouldn't do us any good tomorrow. We wake up late, but go back to it. We clear a huge horde that was following us in the intersection so it wouldn't bother us in the warehouses. Even though it was scary as hell, Tracy held her own while swearing at the horde. This girl turned a 180 on us, just standing her ground like that. Yet again, we arrive at the warehouse at nighttime. We spot two places we want to check out. Mashy signs in painting that should have paint, and the Knox Pack Kitchens next door. After clearing the area, we start with the kitchen place, as we just need a few cupboards now. We grab what we needed and head out to the paint store. But I should have been more careful with my routing. As we make our way through the factory, we get caught out by a horde that broke a door open. And as I make my way in, everybody follows into a bad position by the door, making brave Wendy to nope out of there. Jack must have been under so much pressure he falls into his hands, but thankfully no one got hurt despite my bad decision making.
With this much anxiety on us, while we still haven't found the paint we were looking for, we stayed another night at the house we stayed in last night. But as we need food, we clear a wider area to settle in another house in order to feed ourselves. After having something to eat, we went to sleep. We arrived at the warehouses earlier this time, and again, we cleared the area around the generator factory. Inside, we find plenty of crafting materials, a sledgehammer, and paint. We then moved to a Valutech factory, in search of electric wiring. We grabbed as much as we could find, then all the radios that we could carry to disassemble them at home for more. Having both the car and our bags full, we make our way home, arriving at nighttime. I spend the next day starting the new loot and placing down the newly acquired furniture, setting myself an AC unit and giving the other one to Wendy. And as Jack said, their room was warm enough already with the two of them in there. The day after that, I dealt with the car and trailer repairs, and at the end of the day, we finally had light inside the house and warm rooms, finally being able to comfortably sleep at night. Then I rearranged the kitchen to make room for the new cupboards and make us a path from the garage to the door on the outside, decorating the center part of it. As I wake up, everyone is so excited about the recent base upgrades they just barged in on me as I was still getting dressed, asking when we would be going out again for more. Not wanting to disappoint, we jumped in the car and took off. Of course, I was immediately more embarrassed than before, as I forgot to inflate the tires and had to spend some time dealing with it before we set off, laughing at the situation. 2 hours later, we were now on our way. We go straight into the paint shop, we grab all sorts of painting colors and the painting on our way out, getting the trailer halfway full just with paint, and decided to fill the rest with a quick stop at the steel factory for more metal and welding rods. Having the trailer full, we make our way back home. I spend another day sorting the inventory out and putting things away. I'm not happy with how the fireplace I built looks, so I replace it with an antique oven. I paint the kitchen and nearly finish the living room, but I miscalculate how much plaster we actually needed. And after repairing the car, I forget to inflate the tires again. This time, I get it started while facing smart comebacks from everyone about my inability to pump tires. We explored the nearby garages for plaster, trying to avoid another long-winded trip to the warehouses. We find a generator, and did another, and another. Holy moly! At the end of the day, we discover 9 generators in this area. I grab 2 of them and leave the other 7 as backups for later. As we don't find plaster nearby, we head to an area near the train station that might have what we need. While looking for a place to park, my bad driving gets us into trouble as I somehow crash into a wall. Thankfully, after a few trips like this, the family of 3 acts like a military hit squad. We make our way inside, and there's so much loot here. We easily find plaster, and stock up on many more welding rods and as much metal as we can carry, grabbing a chrome microwave on our way out. With the sun still providing light, we decide to clear the roads a bit on our way home to save the car from repairs. I replace the microwave and make another box just for the plaster alone as we brought so much of it. I start plastering the place, but I have to leave the windows for later. After plastering the last room, I consider painting the outside, but decide I would rather have bricks than wood on the exterior, so a renovation starts. While at it, I create a little overhang all around the house so we can patrol the area while staying dry. After 3 days, the house is complete. No wolf is going to blow this house down. For the inside, I let my inner feng shui take over and paint things as they feel better around the house.
The next day, I paint the bathroom and resolve the window problems, followed by building as many barrels as I can. I move the generators around since I probably don't need this many in the same place. There's only one more thing left to do, a sturdy fence. That's why I've been collecting so much metal. But after doing the math, I realize I'm still short on scrap metal. I spent the rest of the day working on getting more iron to turn into scrap. After 2 days of crafting scrap metal, I finally have enough and place down my first metal fence to mark where I wanted to start. I finish it the next day with the wire gate, then try my best to make the smithing area pretty with the roof. And last but not least, a small roofed fishing area that will double as a drinking spot overlooking the lake. The view is pretty great from here. Before going out, I remember to install an automatic gate, place down some fishing nets, then Jack and I head out to look for curtains. The surrounding area should have plenty of houses with them, and we might as well grab some food while we're at it. We gathered zombies around first, so they came from one direction, making it a quick and easy job. Clear the streets before exploring the houses. We acquire some curtains and paintings along the way, until we reach a house with the front door open, and an alarm set. I immediately start running, but Jack refuses to move, wanting to stay and fight, justifying it as it will be easier now. I had the same thoughts in the past, so after calming down, I back him up. Eventually, after all the zombies in the area are cleared, he decides it's time to go back home and place down the curtains and paintings we gathered. The next day we rest, and I take the opportunity to make some trap boxes for hunting small game. After resting, we get back to searching for curtains, and I grab a couple of lamps while at it. Eventually, we find a house with the treadmill and the bench press. Bringing the car closer, we grab the fridge and the gym equipment. We mark the explored houses and head back home to sort out the loot, spending the rest of the day putting down all the newly acquired furniture. The following day, I finally put down the traps, making finding a big freezer a priority. We grab one of the generators we found in the garages and make our way to the gas station down south to try and find the freezer there. But we have no luck. Instead, we make the trip worthwhile by taking the arcades for ourselves. I can't stress enough how dangerous zombies in the road are. They make me lose control of the car far too easily. After placing down the arcades, I do a bit of running to catch up with my fitness training and go to sleep. Since the previous day's search for a fridge was a bust, we head to a small mall just south of the Central Park, sure to find one there. We clear the zombies chasing us and move inside the mall. Not knowing what to expect, we move slowly, clearing the hallways before exploring the place. I grab another rack, and as we pick up some clothes, we hear gunshots nearby. We run to check it out, hoping to find another survivor to help. We find him just in time as he's surrounded. We ask Jay to join us and go back to the mall. He mentions he's seen zombie movies to know what to do in these situations. Finding a pool table, I can't resist grabbing it, along with the piano, just in case anyone has a musical vein in them. On our way to the car, we find the fridges and load them up. We go back inside to clear the other side of the mall. It starts nice and slow, but when Jay fires a shot, we're quickly surrounded. Jay seems fearless, being in the front lines like an action hero. Thankfully, with 5 people's worth of firepower, we make it through. Since we don't have enough space for everyone, ask Jay to wait in one of the stores. After dropping Tracy back at the base, we pick up Jay and head home safely. Jay is okay crashing on the sofa for the night, saying he hasn't felt this safe in a while. I promise to find them a bed soon. Considering we'll have more people joining us in the future, I decide to grab bunk beds to make a barracks. Or we'd have to expand the house every time we find a new survivor. I check the traps for game and call it a day. The next day, I repair the car and the trailer and give Jay something other than the handgun he had, but I have no more silencers. I then place down the new furniture we got the previous day. The boys and I go out to clear the roads. Everything is going fine until everyone gets caught reloading. I manage to clear the zombies off Jay, but he's nearly passing out and unable to grab a bandage for himself, dying from blood loss while Jack and I clear the rest of the zombies. We pick up his body and bring him home. Even though Jay only stayed with us for a day, it was one day more than he would have had if we hadn't saved him the day before. The lingering feeling of putting him in danger and getting him killed due to my recklessness and overconfidence leaves a sour taste in my mouth. We bury his body and place a curtain in his memory. I spend the next 2 days working on smithing, making as many 5.56 rounds as I can, perhaps in an attempt to come to terms with what happened to Jay. I wake up to gunshots. I search the surrounding area, trying to pinpoint where they're coming from. I spot the raider across the lake, so I gear up and make my way to take care of it with Jack. Still, we keep hearing gunshots across the forest. We wonder if it's raiders, but we take our chances and decide to investigate. In the thick of the forest, we find the horde. After dispatching them, we find a naked dead body. We thought that was it, but why would he be naked? Maybe someone else took his loot and clothes? We press on, and we hear the gunshots again. Following the shots, we arrive at what appears to be a music festival. Another person is recently deceased, with zombies all over him. Was this who was just shooting? We clear the area and make our way inside. I can't see anyone alive in there, but maybe we can find some valuable loot. Pick up a ham radio, but there's nothing we need in the infirmary. There's still a crowd of zombies in the area, and what looks like the lead singer on stage. A dead representation of what was once a good time. We make our way out, and that's when more shots are fired, making us check the back, hoping to hear more shots, but we can't see anyone. Whoever this is, they're an expert at guerrilla warfare and staying hidden. They know what they're doing. We head back home. The next day, the shots are closer. I jump the fence, check it out on my own, and come across another survivor, Alan, who I initially think is a raider. I say hi and ask him to join us. He refuses with a smart-ass remark, but I hear more gunshots and leave Alan to whatever he's doing. Following the sound, I eventually find the source, a guy furiously fighting against the odds and winning. I give him a hand, even though he doesn't need it, and ask him to join us. He's glad to help. His name is Jordan, and we make our way back to base, where we find Alan again, this time checking the base out. I ask him again if he wants to join, and seeing how I went out of my way to help Jordan, he thinks maybe I don't suck as much, even though Jay's death keeps creeping up in my mind, making his words that much heavier. I keep working on smithing, ensuring I have enough bullets and silencers for everyone this time. I don't want to lose anyone else. At night, during a meeting, we get raided. Jack and Wendy immediately start shooting the intruders down. Eventually, we all join in, making a mess of the living room. Luckily, the raiders probably didn't expect so many armed people inside and didn't react, so none of us is too hurt. We clean up the bodies, and I ensure the gate stays locked at night to prevent this in the future, cleaning the floor with bleach. I wake up with a bad feeling and go to the roof to check the area. In the forest, I see another group of raiders getting ready to strike. As I gear up, I hear gunshots outside. Wendy is already on the case. I ask her to join me, and we clear the rest of them. We check the woods to ensure everything is clear and return to our tasks. I make a couple of bunk beds for our new residents, placing down the pool table and the piano upstairs. Then spend the rest of the day repairing and refueling the generators. The next day, Tracy and Wendy come to me with an issue. We're nearly running out of toilet paper with all the new people using more. I reassure them we'll get it as soon as possible. It's too late to go out, so I create a side area to park more cars as we need to expand our vehicle collection. As we search for toilet paper, we spot another survivor. Her name is Kim. After getting Kim a suitable weapon, we loot until sunset, facing little resistance as we cleared the roads before. On our way home, I ask Alan if he knows anything about Finnegan's research group and tell him my theory. He says no, but our best bet to find anything would be in the center of town, where the military had set up a building as their base of operations during the week when all of this blew up. I place down the cupboard and fill it with the toilet paper we found. We've been clearing the surrounding neighborhoods of zombies to train for our trip to the center of town. Alan, with his military background, has been invaluable. This madman survived on his own in the wild for a long time, so we trust his advice. After a long day, I decided to fuel and turn on all the generators. The amount of electricity we're using is staggering. 8 generators will only last a little over a month. At least this way, I won't forget to fix them. They'll run out of gas before reaching critical condition and exploding. I cooked, checked the car's condition, and maintained my weapons before setting up for the city center. I ended the day by building a recreational area for us. Alan, Jordan, and I started making a path towards the town center. We scouted the area, clearing threats as we went to ensure a safe retreat path without zombies or wreckage blocking us. Our strategy was simple but effective. Lure them out, then face them from a single direction to save bullets. As the sun sets, we returned home. I finished building the barrels I wanted, including one for farming purposes. After sorting out the previous day's loot, I decided to bring Kim with us. We need to clear the area faster, and an extra pair of hands will help. With Kim joining us, we continued our strategy but took some extra risks. We raided the Zippy market for extra supplies since we were already out there. We found a Hotties magazine, which prompted Alan to make a comment that Kim didn't appreciate. Jordan followed her to talk it through while Alan gave her space. Eventually, she came back, and they made up. Thanks, Jordan, for keeping us together. I noticed Jordan hiding the pinball machine, so as a thank you, I grabbed it for him. After a quick meal, we returned to our mission. The hordes are getting scarier now that they're all sprinters. Thankfully, we have enough firepower to keep them at bay. Wave after wave, we clear the streets, leaving piles of zombies behind as we make our way to the center. This is as dangerous as it gets. There are thousands of zombies in Louisville. Reaching the inner city, we faced apartment blocks teeming with unknown numbers of zombies and hundreds already in the streets. This was a siege point, and we had to push carefully from here. Parking between the news station building and an apartment complex seemed like a good idea at the time. We could see the zombies inside, and their numbers didn't look too bad. It gave us a good idea of what to expect and when to expect it. We held our ground when they broke the door, clearing the waves as they came. But then, out of nowhere, "Run!" I yelled. But they were confident they had time to reload. I kept firing until I had to reload myself. Instead of fighting back, their minds broke and they just stood there, praying not to die. Eventually, after seeing Alan fall, they snapped out of it and ran away. Jordan fell back to the clear zone, and Kim ran into the news building. I tried to dispatch as many zombies as I could while Jordan bandaged himself up. As Jordan rejoined me, we tried to clear the zombies to retrieve Alan's body. Suddenly, a sniper rifle thundered through the streets, sealing our fate.
I grabbed Alan and told Jordan to fall back. He ran as I tried to evaluate our situation. Another huge wave came out of the building, forcing me to drop Alan and give Jordan time to reload. I follow Jordan as he tells me to switch. He'll draw the hard and keep running in circles while I reload again and come back for him. I reload and walk my way back to the direction I last saw him. This plan seemed like it worked. I cover for him while he reloads, and we make our way back to Alan, hoping him is still alive. The place is a mess. There are so many zombies on the entrance floor, they have piled up by the hundreds now. I pick up Alan's body and manage to get to the trailer while Jordan covers for me. Then I enter the building where I last saw Kim. It's really dark, and I use my lighter to see my surroundings, coming across her lifeless body immediately. I hold her and bring her back to the trailer. But Jordan has a breakdown and starts freaking out at the sight of 3 zombies, running into the news building himself now. I drop her and rescue him, forcing us to go home after too many close calls. The day after, we bury Alan. We pay him our respects, and I stay in the base, knowing it was my fault those people died. All for the sake of my quest to find the truth. How can I keep going like this? The next day, Jack and Tracy convinced me to go and pick up Kim's body. Jordan stayed behind as he is in no state to fight anymore, at least for a while, and Wendy to ensure nothing goes wrong. As we get there, Tracy immediately freaks out. She never saw so much death in one place, and the smell is nauseating. We pick Kim up and make our way back, burying her next to Alan. This sucks. I spend the morning looking for stones for their cairns. I felt like a turtle hiding inside its shell, staying in and running several what-if scenarios, questioning my sanity over my recent actions. At the end of the day, I'm drinking away my sorrows, and Jack asks if I'm okay. We drink together, and he reminds me they all know how it is out there. And even though it might have been a bad idea to stay in front of the apartment, if I quit now, their sacrifice would be in vain. I thank him for his kind words, and he leaves. I wanted to ask him if he believes I'm going insane, but afraid, I kept my mouth shut. I fish for the rest of the day, until a zombie tries to get me, but I keep on fishing. And then somehow, the zombie gets entangled in the fishing wire and ends up strangling itself. As stupid as the situation was, I couldn't help but chuckle, making my spirits a bit better. The next day, me, Tracy, and Jack go back to clear the roads. As we reach the area, I feel how anxious everyone is about being back here. Jack couldn't help but flee as he saw Hard running towards us, letting me know their faith in me wasn't the same as before. We take it a bit further in, hoping to check out what lies ahead while trying to avoid being next to the apartment complex. On the third wave, I felt how much they trusted me, leaving me to face a Horde on my own as I dispatched them. They apologized when they came closer, but the damage to my mind was already done. I can only hope they'll trust me again eventually, and we called it a day. I checked the weather for the next day, and no storms are coming. Let's three go out again to keep clearing the roads, but as we get out of the base, we spot the lone raider, and we sneak up on him. With the image of Alan in my mind, I decide to let this one go, but he decides to stop for a moment, and Tracy wasn't having it. She fired, claiming it's not worth risking her family over this. Raiders will come back with more people and guns, and it's not sensible to leave them alive. All I could think about is how my poor leadership skills will kill everyone one of these days. And I took the final shot. We spent the day doing the same routine with no signs of progress.
As we keep finding hordes of hundreds past this point, Tracy suggests maybe we should just push on, scouting ahead through the streets. Maybe it's not that bad after the apartments, and doubting my own experience, I agree. Initially, it wasn't that bad. The roads were clearer, but as we go deeper and explore more, the hordes get bigger, and eventually we face a horde that would stop us in our tracks. It only took a second of hesitation, and we were surrounded by zombies. If it wasn't for the armor and the arse power, we would be done for. Tracy got a few scratches from that, and the tire popped out. Then a second. The car is basically turning thanks to the brakes barely directing the car, while the rear wheels kept pushing us desperately trying to get to the road we had cleared. Finally, a third tire blows up as the car slowly stops as we reach the cleared road. We cleared the zombies coming at us, finding ourselves in a safe place. The car is beyond repair at this point. I need new parts, so after grabbing a few essentials from the car, we start walking towards our base, having to stop as night falls, looking for somewhere to sleep in. As we are settling in for the night, we hear gunshots. We proceed to investigate it as it doesn't sound too far from us. If anything, we'll help if we can. We ask Lindsay if she wants to join us and move back to the house to get some rest. We keep on walking down the street the next day until we come across a car parking lot. After looking at a few vehicles, we find one that has gas and is ready to go. It took me a few tries to outwire it, but after a success, we drove home. We had something to eat, and Wendy was relieved to see us alive. She expected the worst after not seeing us come back home yesterday. We got ready to go, and she insisted on coming with us this time instead of Tracy. She didn't want to put her at risk and wanted to make sure Jack came back alive, even though all we were doing was getting the vehicles back. It had to be done one vehicle at a time, but by the end of the day, we had the car and the trailer back home. I bring the car into the garage and check the state of it. Only new tires, but everything else can be repaired. I set off to search for a car I can use for parts. I decide to go on my own this time, as this is a quick mission around the neighborhood, looking for a car I can steal its tires from. A little bit after dusk, I found the car in a wrecked state, but its tires can be repaired, so I bring it back to base. I uninstall the tires, repair them, and install them on my car, repairing it afterwards. Then, after giving Lindsay some clothes and armor, we are on the move again. The plan remains the same, but as I desperately drove to escape last time, I noticed some streets that had fewer zombies. We'll be clearing those roads while making our way to the army building, this time without the trailer so it doesn't slow us down in case we run into trouble again. We slowly inch our way forward, clearing wave after wave of zombies, making slow but steady progress through the streets, having to deal with bigger hordes in the intersections. After 2 days of clearing the roads, we know our objective is nearby. The roads are piled with hundreds of zombies on the floor. As we check the area, there are still hundreds more of them in the parking lot. We do what we practiced for the last couple of days, showing that they trusted me again as we crept towards the building we had our eyes on. We cleared the area as best as we can with the time we had, leaving behind hundreds if not thousands of zombies on the roads. After all of that, we carried the trailer to the outpost, dropping it and clearing the front of the building so we wouldn't be overrun in close quarters. We are finally at the door, but it's too late now, so we search for a nearby building that might be safe enough to sleep in. We sneak in and make as little noise as possible to not attract the locals, sleeping through the night in the center of the city, hearing groans and banging all night long. In the morning, we start looting the place, looking for anything that might drop us a clue about the virus. But in the basement, all we find are tools, clothes, all sorts of balls, and a computer. We dig deeper into the building, finding lockers with plenty of bullets, clothes, and vests, but no clues. The office is bare bones too. The upstairs barracks have nothing to speak of. As I go down the stairs, I remember the computer stashed away. Now finding it weird that the office didn't have any computers except this forgotten one in the basement. Not wanting to go back empty-handed, I grab it to check it out later at home. As I'm loading up the trailer, I remember I picked up a map before. Checking it out, I'm happy to have found out the survivor in Riverside. I hope she was simply hiding away and not dead when I was there. As we're about to leave, the horde makes me stop and engage them. The last thing I need is for the car to be wrecked now. But after we fight the horde, I remember a map that pleaded for someone to save the art in the museum. I'm not sure if I'm the best to save it, given my track record with house fires, but I'll take what I can to decorate the base. The place looks packed with zombies, so I'll make noise to call them out, fighting on our own terms. We clear it as best as we can as we explore the museum, grabbing whatever we recognize as big pieces of art and from the back rooms until nightfall. Realizing that toilets were indeed a piece of art nowadays, as very few people know how to make one, and yet everyone still needs them, we found ourselves appreciating the mundane. Also, Wendy really wanted that big mirror, so I couldn't say no to that. We left the lot behind, hoping a fire wouldn't consume it all before we or someone else could grab it. It would be a shame to lose it all. After these long days, we finally returned home victorious. I started putting everything away and decorating the house with all the things we had just acquired, checking what the computer had to tell us by the end of the day. Looking through the files, there wasn't much to go on, just a bunch of reports on the initial week of the infection, with the computer being decommissioned for an upgraded version. But there wasn't any more computers in there. I guess it was all taken as a cover-up measure, just like all the other places. The only thing worth mentioning is that everyone sick was sent to the Louisville checkpoint, but we already have been there and checked it. It was cleared. Just like the outpost, Alan and Kim's sacrifice was for nothing. We're just as we were 2 months ago, still ignorant and running out of crumbs to follow. Not sure what to do, I decided to dedicate the 2 statues to their memory and decorate them. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Unsure how to cope with all of this, I went back to the garden, and wanting to respect their memory, I tidied up the garden while thinking about what to do next. The only thing I could think of was to keep roaming through Louisville until I found something, so we might as well start clearing the streets and making a map of our own. I loaded the oven with all the twigs I had collected outside, ate something, grabbed some extra for the day, and set out with Jack, Wendy, and Lindsay. As we set off, I told them what I was thinking. Lindsay suggested we clear a path to the mall or go to the army depot. Her train of thought was that there is no other place that should be more stocked with loot and weapons. Having no better idea, we set the path to the mall, which was the closest. Clearing a path to the mall wasn't as bad as what we did in our previous mission. By the end of the day, we found ourselves checking its parking lot for a car to avoid taking the trailer and checking out the zombie population. We did find the survivor, but since she was hostile, we let her be to her own fate. I left the trailer behind, and we set out to find a new car, keeping an eye out for anything from the Finnegan research group. We needed something with high torque that could take a roof rack. We explored most of the city, finally finding something that suited our needs. I spent the whole day bringing it up to shape and installing all the armor I could, plus a roof rack in the morning of the next day. Then Jack and I took it to the gas station to fill it up in all the propane tanks. I was nearly out of propane with all the repairs. I upgraded and distributed weapons to everyone, focusing on AK-47s with 4x scopes and giving Jack an M14 with an 8x scope. We still needed more scopes, so gun stars were added to our list. I made a bug out bag for the car tools to avoid mixing them up with new tools. Then took care of the maintenance duties I had been putting off, cooked for the week, and finished the day with some fishing. We then made our way into the mall. I can't tell you how good it felt to get out of the garage without having to turn the trailer. It shouldn't be too bad since most of the roads were cleared, and we should be able to find more weapons and parts we needed. Of course, we still had to clear our way through the mall first. I might have underestimated how hard this would be. We spent the whole day trying to make a dent in the yards, but couldn't get far as there were more zombies inside the mall than outside. After a whole day of shooting and getting nowhere close to the back, with Wendy having a close call and feeling queasy, we called it a day, especially when I saw she was bitten. On our way home, I noticed neither Wendy nor Jack seemed worried about it, so I asked why. They told me it wasn't their first bite. Ever since the virus spread, they healed very fast. I found it odd since my wounds took weeks to heal, but Lindsay confirmed it. I was left speechless for the rest of the drive home. Why am I different than them? In the morning, I checked Wendy's wounds, and true to their word, they were all gone. I heard the sound and checked all around the place, but I saw no one, so I returned to stash the previous day's loot. Running low on bullets, I spent the day making 5.56 rounds, keeping an eye out in the northeast area as I kept hearing gunshots from there. Not wanting to run out of bullets anytime soon, I made more the next day too. It was really foggy, so I took another day of rest, reading in the recreation room and nearly reaching my full sprinting potential. As the day ended, I built a tire rack, realizing I now had 3 Camaros, one too many for the space I had. I dismantled one for parts the day after that, replacing some parts on the current car and placing a spare tire on it. Having put all the parts away by the end of the day, I fished some more, finally having plenty of fish to feed the pack. Giving up on the idea of conquering the mall for now, we decided to drive into town to reach the Northwest Ammo Depot Lindsay mentioned before. We took the cleared route until we reached the uncleared part of the city, pressing on around the zombies until we come across a giant statue of Spitho. I never wanted something so bad. I decided to come back for it later. I took a wrong turn, ending up in the dead end. I was glad we didn't have the trailer. Otherwise, it could have been our end. I stopped to check on everyone and the car. Everyone was okay, and the car, though damaged, could keep going. We arrived at the army depot around noon, cleared the area, and got inside to loot the place. The first crate I come across had a ghillie suit torso part. I already felt like a kid on Christmas. We grabbed all the ammo we could, an 8x scope, more rifles than we could ever need, and more military gear. We had to take a short break to deal with raiders. It sounded like a war zone out there, but with all the noise, I trusted the sprinters would take care of it. We just watched from afar to make sure we wouldn't have any issues later and returned to looting. We stripped the depot of all its gun parts, guns, and ammo, making our way home during nighttime. I spent the next day sorting out the loot. As I did, I spotted someone watching us. I called him over and asked him to join us. He did promptly, and after fitting Gary with new weaponry, he gave me some socks. I guess the gesture is what counts. then gathered the usual three to tell them about my plan to get Spiffo here. And despite Wendy not being impressed, Jack and Lynn were just as excited as me to get it, making Wendy shove Jack. It's a risk, but it's so definitely worth it, we just have to do it. I can't understand where she's coming from, since she's coming with us just to protect us. Fuck! I stopped the car where it's safe to do so. I had only a scratch on my hand. Lynn had a fractured arm. Wendy had a deep scratch on her hand, and Jack was sound. So the day trip was cut short as we came back home to recover from our wounds. I placed a splint on Lynn's arm and read for the morning, repairing the car for the rest of the day, checking up on everyone before bed. And they weren't joking. Wendy was already recovered from her scratch, and Lynn was fully recovered from a fracture on the arm in 12 hours, while I was still recovering from a fucking scratch. Damn, that's some healing power. While sitting down before bed, I concluded that maybe the virus has changed them somehow. They didn't turn into zombies, but gained some of the properties I see in them. All healed up, we made our way into the city, parking in the center of the parking lot. We cleared our way to Spiffo's HQ, where we could take our prize, taking all the flooring with it for good measure. Wanting more Spiffo's merch, we went inside. But as we grabbed a huge Spiffo poster, we lost our nerve after hearing all the banging, making us do a swift retreat. We made our way back home through the route we took before through the mall. But due to the wrecks being in the way, I turned left, making us go around the block to avoid zombies. Passing through a storage unit we could take a look at for more goodies. As I swerved out into a parking lot to avoid zombies, Jack screamed me to stop. That was what I was looking for. Finnegan Research Group's building. The horde here was too large for us to get out now, making us retreat to come up with a plan for tomorrow. I placed down the new Spiffles decorations and thought to myself, perfection. We discussed what the plan to raid the place would be, as we heard the noise outside. Jordan, looking through the window, spotted the raider, and we all went into action. They tried charging at us, not realizing how fully armed we are. I swear, zombies have better vision than these guys. Around the back, there was only one guy left. I aimed to make my shot. Jack, having the long-range rifle, stopped me. I got this. He aimed, then pulled the trigger. With that done, I took a bite to eat, got ready to sleep, took my bandage off, and drifted away, wondering about what I'm about to find in that building. As I wake up, I hear a sound in the distance. I gear up and assemble a team to check it out. Just like last night, they're coming from the southeast. Maybe another group looking for their fallen comrades. I spot one of them, and as we get closer, Jack gets an itchy trigger finger and starts shooting. This can't be the only one, so we risk going into the forest, maybe walking into a trap. We can't just leave them here, waiting for the base to be less guarded. We have to clear the Finnegan Research Group building. Looks like it was a trap, but we might have caught them by surprise since they offered no resistance. We grabbed the spoils of our victory, dropped the loot at our base, and headed to the building. The roads were flooded with zombies. I circled around, trying to find a safe spot to get out, but it was tough. In the end, I parked further away, and we slowly made our way to the building. We spent the day fighting hordes, inching closer to the building. By the time we reached the front, it was getting dark. Instead of heading back to rest, we decided to stay nearby. We found a house that wasn't too hard to defend and started barricading it. After finding something to eat, we slept until morning. Then we picked up where we left off, shooting zombies all day long. The plan was simple. Use the horn to attract zombies in the area first, then, as the surrounding area got cleared, focus on the building. It was a gamble. We were betting on the zombies inside being delayed by doors and furniture to give us enough time. If not, we were to run at my signal and regroup after dealing with our pursuers. We learned that the hard way with Alan and Kim. We spent the morning sounding the horn and approaching the building once our backs were clear, repeating the process. By noon, we had to take a break, feeling queasy over the number of zombies on the ground. We headed back to the house for a breather. Then we went back, sounding the horn inside the building to attract as many zombies out while keeping a safe distance and shouting to draw small hordes. But the moment we dreaded came. We were all caught reloading and overrun by zombies, so we scattered, picking them off one by one and regrouped. We finally learned our lesson about overstaying our welcome. We kept going on the north side of the building until dusk. We spent hours shooting hundreds of zombies coming out of the building, feeling our way in, knowing a horde could finish us in seconds in close quarters. We cleared the building floor by floor, leaving the investigation for when it was clear and safe. Our major issue was staircases. We couldn't see well and had to be extra careful. The building barely had any doors or glass walls left, showing us how many zombies were there before. Taking our time at the entrance was the best choice. We cleared the building as best we could, trying not to think too much about the disturbing things we saw, then went back to rest for the night. Passing by the signs of our rampage, I wondered who's to blame for all these bodies on the floor. Us, or the ones who created the virus? Ready to explore the building again, we made our way in. We explored the floors carefully, searching for any clues. In the filing room, we find reports on the nature of the virus. The Finnegan Research Group was involved from the beginning. During a meteor shower, they found a viral sample on one of the meteors that fell in Kentucky. It showed potential applications in medicine, so they started experimenting and brought it to their labs. Maybe some loonies on the radio were right. Even the broken clock is right twice a day. Within a month, they were already experimenting on animals. Dogs showed signs of increased aggression and high risk of the virus mutating. No mention of the dogs dying, so I guess the virus didn't initially kill. It triggered an immune response and the fever. The incineration explains the foul smell no one could explain back then, and why so many dogs disappeared. We also find bills from a nearby apartment block. It looks like most of their employees stayed there while they worked here. In the CEO's office, we find a few first aid books and a financial report. That's a lot of money for something that fell out of the sky. Just a month and a half later, all they could see were the annual profit estimates. And another month after that, they were all dead. With the PR campaign going, no one would be the wiser about who was behind all of this.
taking risks and accelerating production over profit. Idiots. Careful risk management, sure. Accelerating production and being careful go hand in hand. On the floor above, we find some lab setups and more reports clarifying more about the virus. The virus was supposed to regenerate tissue and wounds without scarring, potentially curing diseases like cancer. If only it had worked. On July 1st, the security guard's dog ran away, starting this whole thing. How did it get infected in the first place? Their response was to get the military involved, have the PR team do damage control, discredit anyone who might hear the story, and start working on the vaccine. Just 4 days later, they had a vaccine, but it didn't work for everyone. People who are immune to the virus seem to bond with the virus itself, taking advantage of its properties. The vaccine worked only for those with the genetic markers to accommodate the virus and heal at a normal rate. We go up a couple more floors and find beds where they had people in. This might be where the military brought some infected people. There are candles here too, giving the dog food and the tennis ball we find. Poor little things. Gary isn't happy at all with the findings. After failing to produce a vaccine that would work for everyone, they gave up and started preparing for an evacuation for key personnel. My guess is those key people were not the scientists working here. Tired, hungry, and being late, we head home, talking about what we found along the way. It seems plausible that the reason I'm different is that they are naturally immune to the virus and I somehow got the vaccine. But I'm sure I didn't get any shot before this whole thing started. It's also safe to assume they have another lab somewhere, but there were no records of it here. We decided it's best to check out the apartments for any clues we might find. The next day, I repair the car, do some cooking, then change into something more appropriate for springtime as the temperature rises, and tailor it for extra protection. The best shooters gather around to deal with the apartment block. Me, Wendy, Gary, and Jason. Jason is still nervous, but he says if he doesn't do it now, he'll never be able to do it again. I understand where he's coming from. Traumas are hard to overcome. We make our way to the apartments and start clearing the area. Used to attracting zombies with a horn, I sounded. Just to realize it might have been too soon. We quickly get overrun with zombies pouring out of the building, and I give the order to spread out. Everyone is eager to hear it. I give them cover fire, and as I get attacked and run out of clips, I also run away. Coming across a fence, I grab my pistol and give myself some time, but it's not enough. I keep running to get them all in a line, then start shooting, clearing the pursuers and finally reloading my clips. I make my way back, carefully getting rid of the hordes as I come closer to the apartments again, looking for my companions. But they're nowhere to be seen. After being able to drive away safely, I get in the car and start looking for them. They can't be far. Just around the corner, they're still freaking out, but at least they're alive. We circle back and keep clearing the waves, using the horn still, but moving away after doing so. That way, we still have a chance to do some crowd control. At nightfall, we go back to the house we secured when clearing the research building, and then take some well-deserved sleep. In the morning, fog settles, but it's clear enough for us to see, and we're confident most of the zombies are now cleared out of the building. We keep shooting until nightfall again.
clearing the sides of the building and other entrances to explore the apartments at will. As night falls, circling around the apartments, the weirdest thing happens. My car is in the parking lot. No, not a car that looks like it. It's my car. My license plate. I check it, and it's still in drivable condition. I might just leave it here, as I already have plenty of cars now. We start exploring the apartments, one by one until nighttime, then pick a room to sleep in. In the morning, we keep searching the apartments until, on the top floor, we find a diary.
It all happened so fast. I need to sort out my thoughts somehow. I'm writing this diary to try and figure out if I missed something, for the sake of keeping track of how I got here. My name is Maria Costa, and this is my story. I was driving home from having my hair done in Martridge, excited to marry Oliver. As I made my way into Rosewood, my worst nightmare began. The radio was filled with reports of people biting each other, and then I saw them, zombies, right on the road. I tried to swerve and avoid them, but one stumbled directly into my path. Trying to avoid it, I crashed my car into a tree. The engine sputtered and died. Panic set in as I realized the car wasn't going to start again. Surrounded on all sides, I waited for the right moment to get out and ran the rest of the way home. When I finally got to the house, Oliver was there, looking just as scared as I was. We started discussing what to do, but before we could make a plan, we heard noises outside. Zombies were closing in. Oliver grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, trying to protect me. In the chaos, they managed to injure him, his leg and his arm. He knew right then that his fate was sealed. He looked at me with heartbreaking calmness and told me to leave, to save myself. I ran to my brother's house, the only place I could think to go. As I approached, I heard him scream. I didn't stop to think. I ran to the back and saw a body on the ground. I didn't have time to process it. I checked the car and saw the keys in the ignition. I took it and drove away, my mind wandering. I drove to the cabins near Rosewood, needing a place to hide and think. The place was overrun, like everywhere else, filling with adrenaline, fearing for my life, and grieving for my loved ones. I struck every zombie coming my way. They took Costa and Oliver, but they're not taking me with them. I spent the next couple of days there, paralyzed by grief over losing my brother and fiancé. I changed my clothes with what I gathered outside and mourned. On July 11th, I decided to head to Louisville. The world outside was crumbling, but I had to keep moving. At the Louisville checkpoint, the soldiers let me through after I said my name. I just kept going, worried about the state of the world. Louisville was chaotic, with signs of rioting and looting everywhere. I went to the apartment I stay in when I visit Louisville. I spent the night trying to gather my thoughts. The next day, I went to the Finnegan Research Group building. At least I don't have to keep hiding here I am anymore. Everyone I could care about is gone now. And being the lead research scientist on the virus, I have work to do. We had been working on a vaccine, but it wasn't working as expected. The virus we were dealing with was supposed to be a powerful regenerative agent found after a meteor shower in Kentucky, but it mutated, turning into this nightmare. On July 15th, I was told by the higher-ups to retrieve the original samples left in the military base south of Rosewood. Maybe it might help us create a viable vaccine. There will be a helicopter waiting for me tomorrow for the day trip.
And that was the last entry in her diary. I can't process all of this. We talk it through while I recover my senses, then make our way home shortly after. We discuss what we learned over the past few days on the way home, trying to understand it all. It seems there is another laboratory south of Rosewood. That needs to be our next destination. Maria has been part of this the whole time. I don't know what to make of my feelings. I wanted revenge, but she's my sister. I always picture some corrupt CEO as humanity's enemy, but now that it's my sister, I find myself making excuses for her. She made the excuses herself, saying this was meant to be a cure for all ailments, not this nightmare virus. Still, what am I supposed to do with these feelings now? We got home and rested for the day. The day after, I checked my diary, looking for clues I might have dismissed or forgotten up to now. A lot has happened in the meantime. As I flipped through the book, I realized I did forget something important, probably due to the panic and rage I felt at the time.
It's a helicopter. They came from southwest of Rosewood and are going north.
The helicopter that I saw near Rosewood, that I eventually lost track of. I gathered everyone around to tell them about it. I saw it coming from the southwest area of Rosewood, and according to the map, there is nothing there. It might be worth checking out. I decided to go alone, but the group said that I was insane. Jason, Gary, and Lynn wanted to come too, while the family of 3 stayed back to guard the base. Without finding any good excuse to go alone, I agreed. Then I spent my day making preparations to leave Louisville and loading the car with supplies we'll need, mostly weapons, ammo, and food. We then left Louisville behind to search for this unknown laboratory. The trip was uneventful, we just had to stop midway to do some tire repairs. By the time we arrive at the base in Rosewood, it's nighttime. After showing the group the base, we settled in and slept. When we wake up,
We come up with an exploration plan. Lynn will stay behind, covering the base and dealing with whatever needs to be done, while Jason, Gary and I will go explore the southwest area for clues. We can ignore the prison, and there is a road we can follow past the bus station. After repairing the car and refilling the tank, we set off to explore the road. The population of zombies is close to nothing compared to Louisville. After being there for a while, Rosewood looks empty in comparison. We eventually arrive at a place that looks like a fishing spot and the bridge, with a restricted area warning that told me that we were going in the right direction. Then, a little further ahead, we come across a barricaded checkpoint. The sign saying it is US Army property made us all go, bingo! We proceed to clear the area of zombies as we need to remove the cars that are in our way. After turning them into scrap and clearing the road for us to pass through, we kept moving forward. Afterwards, the area was eerily devoid of zombies, like it never happened. When we nearly avoid crashing into another roadblock, we find what we were looking for. A huge compound surrounded by barbed wire. That's a secret base if I ever saw one. As we approach it, we find dead zombies on the floor, and just a little bit further in, we find the reason for it. Military personnel. They immediately tell us to put our hands up. Not wanting to stir up a hornet's nest, we comply and I explain I'm looking for my sister, Maria Costa. They report to someone over the walkie-talkies, while I notice that the base is now completely enclosed to prevent any zombies from coming in. Then they proceed to let us through. We jump over the fence and the soldier explains where I can find her. The place looks good and alive, with sounds of living people around, cooking, laughing, playing. The smell though, it's worse than Louisville. The result of incineration, I guess. I approach the door and finally see her on the other side. Tears in her eyes, making me feel the same.
I can't believe it. You're alive. Come in.
We come in and do small talk, but eventually, I have to ask the hard question. I found your diary in Louisville. Why? Why did you do this? She stares at the floor.
It's not like that. We wanted a cure for all ailments. Not this. I never expected this. And by the time the virus mutated, it was too late. When Louisville was overrun by the hordes, I was still trying to find a vaccine for everyone. I came back to Louisville after getting the original samples from the lab. I was so absorbed in getting this to work that I didn't even realize until it was too late and heard gunshots outside. I tried to escape by running as fast as I could outside, meeting the CEO downstairs, getting devoured by zombies. I froze for a second, realizing this is my cue to escape, hearing her screams behind me. As I got out, the car was surrounded by zombies and I had no weapons on me. Security was probably dead by now, as the shooting had also stopped. A sprinter ran towards me and I ran into the junkyard across the building to make my escape, nearly getting caught as I closed the gate behind me. I got across the yard and the sprinter was already coming for me again, so I jumped over the fence and backtracked to the car. The zombies had scattered away from the car, so I took a risk and jumped into it, going back home ahead of the coming horde I could hear behind me. It was chaos. People driving insanely everywhere, trying to get to the bridge. I parked the car away from the road so no one would crash into it, then changed into my combat clothes and came back to the car. Just to find it surrounded by hundreds of zombies this time. I could hear hundreds more going towards all the noise and chaos at the bridge, so I searched around me for another car. The van was locked. The car in front of it had the key in, but no gas. I used an empty bottle I found in its trunk to siphon gas from the van and made my move south facing the zombies. I felt like going north would be the death of me, as all the zombies were moving there, and the only safe place that came to my mind was a lab, which was heavily fortified, guarded, and isolated. I filled up the tank at a gas station and kept moving south, seeing all of the destruction zombies left in their path. Everywhere I looked, I saw zombies. This is so out of control, and I'm partially to blame for all of this, even though this wasn't what I signed up for. I just wanted a better world for everyone, not to end it. My engine stalled, and I was in the middle of nowhere. Fortunately, it came back on, but as I was passing by West Point, the engine died on me. I was left stranded here. It was late, and I had no safe place to be. I started running into town, desperately looking for an area with fewer zombies so I could lay in and rest for the night. But no matter where I looked, I found more and more zombies. Fed up with all of this, anger at the world and myself, I decided if I was going down, I was going down fighting. After making the area safe at dawn, I managed to get inside a house, wash myself, and get some sleep. I woke up late in the afternoon and started looking for a new car I could use to get to the lab, but everywhere I looked was invested. Realizing that this was too much to handle by myself now, I spent most of my day fleeing from zombies while getting into cars looking for keys and coming up empty after a day of running around. Another day started, and the previous day's zombies were just lingering around the house. I tried to make that house safer by clearing the zombies, but in my struggle, a sprinter bit my hand, and I ended up running away the best I could. But the sprinters were too fast for me, and while trying to fight them, one of them ripped a piece off my vest. Now in pain and despair, I kept running through the streets, able to lose them by jumping fences, and after turning a corner, wrapping up my wound. I spent another day running around town, not able to achieve anything at all, only to return to the house and deal with the nice small horde of zombies waiting for me, and resting for the day as my wound hampered my combat ability. I ate something and read for the rest of the day, reading the books I found in this house, wondering if the vaccine would do its work. When I woke up, I gulped down an orange soda I found and did a few swings to see if I was well enough to fight. As I could swing normally, I went out again. I kept my exploration to my surroundings, as my hand was not fully healed, and I went to the house next door. After clearing the area and the house, I looted it and found a few books and some food I could use for the day, wondering what the hell happened in this kitchen. Having food and new books to read, I returned to rest and wait for my wound to heal. I woke up and checked outside. I removed the bandage and the wound was healed, so I went back to fighting the hordes, this time with the aim of securing the parking lot and the surrounding area in order to search the cars, while not being worried about getting bitten from the back. During it, I grabbed a duffel bag, enabling me to carry loot easier. After spending the whole day smacking zombies with a crowbar, I was pipped, so I rested in the first house I came across. Then I went to the closest shop to grab some food, finding a couple of car keys in there and a crowbar in the back, which I really needed at this point, as my current one was nearly gone. With the keys in hand, I figured the cars must be outside, so after clearing the zombies, I inspected the cars. I had a van or a police truck to choose from, and it seemed the truck was in better condition, but it had no gas. I luckily found another empty bottle in a nearby car and used it to siphon gas from the cosplay Cadillac, making me ready to return to my journey. But there was still one thing I needed to find before I set off. If I'm going past Rosewood, I must bury Oliver and Costa. It's the least I can do for them. After all, I'm responsible for this mess. Even though the company would have hired someone else that would have done the same job nonetheless, I owe them this much. I stopped by Gigamart, cleared the area of zombies, and gave it a quick sweep until I found a shovel. I still needed gas for the trip, so I made sure the gas station was as clear as possible before refueling. Finally, the journey to Rosewood started, passing through the infested road of Muldra and the less populated area of Rosewood. I parked my car and walked to where I last saw my brother. I hesitated, not wanting to face the reality of it. But I had to. I couldn't just leave him as he was. Looking ahead, bile rose in my throat and I heaved. I was too late, and his body was beyond recognition as it decomposed. I braced myself, took a deep breath, and dug a grave, placing his body carefully in it. Then I picked up a few stones I found near the house and made a small cairn for him, leaving a little memorial note. I said my goodbye and moved on. With night coming fast, and with a heavy heart, I washed myself and slept in a nearby house. In the morning, as I got to her house, I found a grave already made in the back. It can be Oliver, right? He can do this by himself. The back door was broken, and so was a window. Inside, I saw his blood. No signs of him anywhere. At this point, I could only assume that it was his body in the back. I didn't know who did it, but I appreciated it. After all, it had been nearly 2 weeks after I left. A lot had happened. Perhaps one of our friends came back looking for us and did it out of respect for the fallen. I wrote another memorial for my husband, said my goodbyes, and left for the lab. Passing by the remnants of this dead town, I saw the damage left behind from this virus. The checkpoint luckily hadn't been barricaded, so I passed by it with some ease after squeezing in. And just after noon, I arrived at the lab, settling in my house here. I thought of continuing my research for a cure, but without electricity, all the samples we had rotted away. A month later, I figured out the cause for the nausea I'd been feeling, turning into a fear of her, turning inside me. But I trusted the work I did, and 7 months after that, Ashley was born. Then you arrived here, just about a month after.
I see. You mistook Liam for me, and I was the one who buried Oliver.
I see that now. Would you consider staying here with us? How about if you stay for the night and I show you the place tomorrow?
Yeah, after all, I did spend the last 8 months looking for you. We spent the next day just looking at the small town that has been built around the lab. It's a good place to live, I guess, without the constant fear of death and heavily guarded. Everyone here is immune, either naturally or via vaccine. And Maria told me she gave me the vaccine she worked on the week before her wedding, after I passed out, so I'm immune as well. Oliver didn't have the same receptors as us, so he would have died from the vaccine itself, to her despair. Ashley was born fully immune to it, probably carrying the antibodies from her mother, meaning humankind can still survive after this, and with a much stronger immune system now. I guess in the end, Finnegan did achieve what they wanted, not with the price tag, but at the cost of billions of lives. It took me a while to accept Maria's involvement in this. Eventually, I forgave her, but did not forget. And I'm not taking a high horse here. She's never been the same. Guilt took a heavy place in her heart, so I'm better off not mentioning it to her. 2 years later, and we are well on our way to clearing the cities of the zombies. It's now a lot easier, as they are just crawling around, barely a menace for what they used to be. Civilization can return from this. We can only hope we do not allow greed to take over again and finish us all for good next time. But despite the horrors of the past, there's hope. We've started to rebuild, not just cities and infrastructure, but our lives and community. Children play in the streets again, laughter echoing through the makeshift town. It's a sound that had been absent for so long. Maria and I have rekindled our bond, working together to help others. She channels her guilt into relentless efforts to better our world, and I help however I can. We've learned hard lessons, paid in blood and tears. But we've also discovered a strength we didn't know we had. The human spirit is remarkably resilient, capable of rising from the ashes, ready to forge a new path. As I look around at our small town, bustling with new life and possibilities, I feel a sense of peace. The road ahead won't be easy, but we are no longer walking it alone. Together, we will ensure that the mistakes of the past remain there, paving the way for a future where hope, not fear, prevails. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this story of mine on Project Zomboid. Please vote on the poll below for what game you want me to do next time with the same storytelling format. I'll see you next time.